Good evening, residents of Templeton. I'd like to bring the annual town meeting to order. We're going to go over a few housekeeping issues. Fire extinguishers. Fire exits are the two doors in the back behind you that you came in at. There's one to my left and right. The quickest way is definitely to leave, bang a right, and go out the front doors that you came in. Could everyone please silence their phones, any electronic devices, so we can have a nice orderly meeting? I am going to put the 3 times up, 2-minute per time up rule tonight. At this time, I need to get some vote counters. I need one from each section. So the left, the middle, and the right. There's someone who can stay the whole night because we've got some articles that are 2/3 and 4/5, and we may need counters. So can I get any volunteers? Yeah, you have to be a resident. What's that?
Can I be unstable?
Yeah, that's part of the All right, thank you to those 3 individuals. Just so everyone's aware, if you're not a resident or you're not a registered voter, you have to sit in the section that's marked with the orange papers telling you where to sit. I have the constable's return of the warrant to show that it was properly served and posted. I have the constable's return of the warrant to show that it's been properly served. All right, at this time, could I have a moment of silence for all residents that were afflicted or departed recently? Thank you. All right, at this time, we all rise and do the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to send it off to Adam and Mike for special presentations.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mike Curry, the Select Board Chair, and we just have a presentation of outstanding members of our community. We normally do this at annual town meeting because of the turnout and because of the great opportunity to be able to show a lot of the hard work from our volunteers from the community. First, I'd like to call George Andrews to the stage. You should all know George Andrews. He has been a long-time member of the Conservation Commission. I almost said CPC. Sorry, John Henshaw. So I'd like to present this Citizen of the Year Award to you, George. Whereas George Andrews has been a dedicated member and chair of Templeton's Conservation Commission since July of 2011, and a member of the Community Preservation Committee as a representative of the CONCOM since November of 2014. And whereas George Andrews is a caring person and town resident who has supported the conservation efforts of the town of Templeton, and his main goal has always been to protect the environment for future generations. George has been continually dependable for meetings and site walks for the Conservation Commission for more than 13 years. And whereas George Andrews has selflessly provided continuity for the Conservation Commission, at times carrying most of the weight of the commission, and prior to being combined into the Development Services, acting as a stand-in department head, providing structure, overseeing the department's assistant. Now, therefore, we, the Select Board, join with the members of the Templeton community to recognize George Andrews as Templeton's Citizen of the Year for 2023. Thank you. Can we do a quick picture? My glasses. I did it without glasses for that one. I'm not going to be so lucky this time. Hi, Joy. Hi. This is pretty exciting. Adam, when was the last time we did this award? 2017. 2017. Oh, my. Okay, everyone. This is a proclamation for our hometown hero for 2023. Whereas Joy Tainter has been a selfless, outstanding contributor to the youth of the town of Templeton since the 1960s, Joy became a Red Cross swimmer instructor in 1965 and continued to break down barriers to keep swimming lessons free for the community. Joy played a vital role in keeping our children safe, teaching so many youth how to swim and stay safe around water, instilling a sense of teamwork and community in the children. And whereas Joy Tainter has been involved in our community's volunteering her time with the Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, and Girl Scouts, taught CCD at Holy Cross, and as a school bus driver, she dedicated a lot of time driving Narragansett sports teams. Joy spent several years organizing bike-a-thons for St. Jude's Hospital. Joy served on the Templeton Recreation Committee for a couple of decades and was the longest-sitting secretary of the committee. And whereas Joy Tainter's love for the community and for children ignited the flame of dedication and service that burnt for over 60 years. The biggest impact Joy has had on our community is showing our children, many of now are adults in this room, the selfless acts of kindness and dedication in helping to mold our generations into productive members of society. She showed us all that being there for our children, friends, and neighbors is what being a community is all about. Now, therefore, we, the Select Board, join with the other members of the Templeton community to recognize Joy Tainter as Templeton's 2023 Hometown Hero. Joy, congratulations. This is very special. Here you go, Joy.
Oh, Joy, congratulations.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, Article 1. Article 1. Yes.
Mr. Moderator, Article 1. Article 1, payment of late bills. Submitted by the Select Board, 4/5 vote required. I move to authorize the payment of the late bill from the FY 2023 budget of the following departments in the following amount. Building and Grounds, $5,896, and to meet said appropriation by a transfer of said sum from certified free cash.
Can I get a second? Thank you. Yeah, advisory?
Advisory recommends a no vote on this article, but with a 3-2 vote.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to open the floor up to discussion, questions or comments. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Diane Haley. I live at 27 Pleasant Street, number 3 in Baldwinville. Through the moderator, is this the remainder of the light bill that was not paid?
I'll take that.
Go ahead, Bob, please.
Good evening, folks. FY 2023.
What's up?
This is for the
Bob,
street.
name
I'm
and
sorry,
position.
Bob Sozik, Director of Public Services, speaking as a department head. 2023, the light department usually supplies us with a lump sum number for your street lights. It was an honest mistake making through the light department for this. So the year of 2023 in my budget, that wasn't budgeted for street lights because I had no number. I did what I could and squeezed my budget to pay over half that bill. Just remember, this is for the street lights. They give us one lump sum, and I pay that bill every year in one lump sum out of my buildings and grounds budget. The light and water department, I've never seen a department that works so great with other departments and how they treat the residents in town and their response in storms, upgrades, otherwise. And just remember the contributions from the light and water department to different capital projects and town projects throughout the town. They are phenomenal for what they do. So I hope you really think on this bill for the remaining balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. I think that we all appreciate the light and water department. They work really hard, and I agree with Bob. However, this was voted down at the fall town meeting, and it's coming up again. So my first statement is no means no. Second, since it's coming back up here, I will state that this does not qualify to be taken out of free cash. You knew about it. It is not an emergency. It wasn't unanticipated, so it just doesn't qualify. So at this point, my recommendation is no, and not to vote for it. I understand that it was an oversight, but it's just, that's the way it goes. Again, no means no.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Liz Toth, 141 Gray Road. Again, I also agree, no means no. We've already voted on this once at a previous town meeting. The other thing is the town administrator was aware of this per emails that were discussed in the pre-town meeting. So to say it was not budgeted for, it was not known, it was known. So I would like an explanation as to why the town administrator did not include it in his budget, so that way it could have been very much known and aware of when they looked at actuals versus what was budgeted. And I would like an answer from the town administrator why he did not include it in his budget, because he had emails about it. If we could, please, sir.
Does anyone have any answer for that?
I would like it from the town administrator. Is he back there? I'm
Point of order, Mr. Moderator. I believe all questions to the stage have to go through you.
I'm asking for it to go through, Mr. Moderator.
Yep. Adam, can you field that?
Adam Lamontagne, Town Administrator. You certainly have a blame game, if you will, but we have a great relationship with Light and Water. We received notification about it after the budget was adopted, so it was, Bob did the best. I appreciate you paying as much as you could out of your fiscal year 2023 budget, and I hope town meeting will pass this evening. Thank you.
A follow-up question, if you will.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Bennett, is that what was the emails, if it through, Mr. Moderator, through you, Mr. Bennett, was that email before or after?
Point of order, please.
No,
So my point of order is, if we're going to discuss emails, then I would like to see the emails. If she has the emails,
it was in the pre-town meeting, so this is why I'm bringing it up.
But I don't think that it's relevant to what...
It is relevant, because we are saying that the excuse is that it was not, that the town offices were not aware of it, and I'm saying they were aware of it, so that's question number one. Question number two is the fact that it was already voted down once before, so we shouldn't be discussing it at all. But because we are, I would like the full, correct, honest, accurate history how we got here. That was it. Thank you.
The point of order stands that we're talking about information that's not being advanced for the rest of town meeting to consider. That's my point of order.
Point of order. Well, I'd like to speak now.
Go ahead.
Robert May, 137 Shady Lane. It's already been presented to town meeting on the board last fall town meeting, and it was told, everybody was told no. You didn't like it, but I don't see the flag amendment up here that you pulled back and had everybody put up their hand for, and we had to re-vote, and it was only off by one vote each way. So if this one's here because it was so close, is what I was told, it was so close at fall town meeting and it's here. Otherwise, what the hell? What are we doing here? You're trying to get it from a 9/10 to an 8/10. And here she comes.
You have an answer?
Matthew Rivard, Select Board, through you, Mr. Moderator. I would like to clarify exactly what happened at the fall town meeting. First of all, at the fall town meeting, for a late bill, which was the way this was presented then and is presented now, a fall town meeting, you require a 9/10 vote to pass that. At the fall town meeting,
Hold on, Matt. We have a point of order.
We don't need an explanation from a member of the select board about what happened at a meeting 6 months ago so that we can decide this. That's his explanation. It's not mine. It's not hers. It's not hers. It's his interpretation of what happened, not what happened. So just like he said, it wasn't up on the board, this isn't up on the board, this is just hearsay. Or promotion, however you want to look at it.
Did you want to continue, Matt? Or
I'd like to
it's.
stop.
I'm going to continue speaking now, as we allowed you to continue to speak without being interrupted, Mr. May.
Point of order, I was talking to him, not you.
All right, this isn't going to turn into a Jerry Springer show.
At a fall town meeting, the requirements is a 9/10 vote, 90%. Okay? The hand count vote at the fall town meeting was 89.2%. Okay? The motion failed by one vote, basically. If we had one more yes vote, it would have passed. Okay? The threshold is different for an annual town meeting. Today, we need a 4/5 vote, which is 80%. And that is the end of my statement, just to show what the thresholds were at a fall town meeting versus an annual town meeting, and to give what the annual or the fall town meeting's result was, so that the town understands where we are right now in voting with this. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
All right, thank you. Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. Bev? I didn't see you sitting down.
I had to because I'll fall down.
I thought you gave up.
Okay? I have neuropathy. Anyway, I'm Beverly Bartolomeo. I've lived in this town 90% of my life, and I'm old. Years ago, the light company gave us, the town of Templeton, $1,500 a year because they did it. Mr. Demick would stand up, he was a commissioner, and he'd say, I'm doing this for you. This is what the light company did for you. Well, that came to an abrupt halt. And then they paid for all the lights in town. But now, they don't want to do that. We were told time and time again by the state of Massachusetts, the Department of Revenue, to get a pilot from the light company. Payment in lieu of taxes. They have not done that. They do not carry their weight financially. We're getting shortchanged, and I think that it's time the selectmen did their job and got a pilot out of them, and then they can either pay for the lights by themselves, or we'll do it. But we're going to get something out of them. They're not living off us for nothing. We do their payroll. We provide them with buildings. They don't pay excise tax. Oh, they'll do a favor for somebody. Well, they used to do that anyway. So I think that you guys have got something to do. So I don't want to come here again and find out the light company isn't paying a pilot.
Yes, please.
Mr. Moderator, Julie Richard, Orchard Lane, Templeton. I'm speaking as a resident. So we missed it by one vote, fall town meeting. When I get my light bill, I pay it. This doesn't have to be any harder than that. You either vote no, don't pay the lights, or yes, pay the lights. That's basically what this first article is about. Thank you.
Go ahead,
Mr.
please.
Moderator, Jeffrey Bennett, 77 Partridgeville Road. Just so town meeting is aware of some things before they take this vote. From the fiscal 23 budget book on page 129, there is an email from the General Manager Light, John Driscoll, to Adam LaMontagne and Bob Sozik, the DPW Director. Within this, on this page, it says fiscal 19, Templeton Light pays 80% of town electric bill. Fiscal 20, the light department pays 60%. In fiscal 21, 40%. In fiscal 22, 20%. In fiscal 23, it pays 0, and the town pays 100%. There was an email from January 6, 2021, John Driscoll, Adam LaMontagne, Bob Sozik, It basically lays out those same things. There was an email January 26, 2023, that informs Adam and Bob Sozik that about the town hasn't gotten a light bill for about 8 years because of that setup. And Mr. Driscoll informs them of the charge for fiscal '23 would be 0% from light and water. So I guess my question would be to the town administrator, since we have emails January, February, and even in March of 2023, why this wasn't taken care of at annual town meeting in 2023 with end-of-the-year transfers. And we wouldn't be sitting here a year later about a late bill that, according to email records obtained from public records requests, shows everybody was aware of this stuff before the annual town meeting. 6 months, at least.
Adam, do you have an answer for that?
That's a question for the town administrator, Mr. Moderator.
Yes. Does the town administrator have an answer for Mr. Bennett? Apparently, he has no answer for you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
All right, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think she was next. Go ahead, please.
Diane Haley, I still have the same address. So I want to clarify. So what Jeff is saying, and I had a conversation today, I want to be clear that this was known about, that it wasn't just forgotten. Is that correct, Jeff?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Okay, so this wasn't forgotten. So it's not something that we should be doing.
Okay, go ahead, please.
John Warden, 412 Baldwinville Road. I'd like to call for a vote, please.
Second? All right, thank you. All right, this is a 4/5 vote. I'm going to try a voice vote, which probably will not be able to tell, but I'm going to do it anyway. So all in favor of Article 1, say yes. Oh, I'm sorry, that's right. All right. So the last gentleman moved the question, so we have to vote. Does everyone want to go? If you move the question, then we will go to voting. All in favor, say yes. Yes. Okay. All opposed, say no. Okay, now we're going to go to voting on Article 1. 629. All right, all in favor, say yes. Yes. All opposed, say no. No. Okay, we're going to have to go to count. So, can I have my counters ready? All right, this section over here to the left, all in favor, could you stand up or raise your hand? All right, just give her a second to count. All right. Middle section. All yes votes, please stand. Okay, we got hands too. Recount. Bob, can you recount because people stood up after? Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I think some people can't stand, so if they stand or raise your hand for yes votes right now. 31. Okay, the section to my right, all yeses for Article 1, please stand or raise your hand. I'll have one. Can you, yes, roll call? I'm going to do those after. Okay, thank you. Okay, the left section only, all noes on Article 1. Can you please stand or raise your hand? Oh, I'm sorry, I'll do, okay. Yeses for advisory and the table. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. Okay, so everyone on the left, no votes, raise your hand or stand. Can you count those for me, please? Three. Okay, you can put your hands down on the left. Middle section, all no votes, stand or raise your hand, please. Thank you. Okay, everyone on the right, all no votes, could you please stand or raise your hand? Advisory and stage, all noes, please stand or raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Okay, Article 1 failed. I'm sorry, Article 1 passed. No, wait a minute. Hold on a second, I got my math all messed up. Okay, all right, sorry. Okay, Article 1 failed by 19 votes, just so everyone knows. At 6:36, the tally was 92 for yes, 47 for no. You have to have 80%. It failed 92 to 47. You needed 111 to pass to get the 80%. And that's at 6:37. Yeah, so we're good.
Mr. Moderator? No.
Article 2?
Mr. Moderator? Excuse me? I'd move this amendment, move the article, to move Article 29 to the front of the line now.
I'm not going to move any articles tonight. Okay, Article 2, please. Yeah.
I don't have the number.
You need all that? Article 2, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 2, Fiscal Year 2024 Operating Budget Amendments. I move to approve and appropriate the sum of $163,500 and no cents for supplemental appropriations to the Fiscal Year 2024 operating budget as follows. Select Board, $9,000. Litigation. Assessors, $6,000. Additional consulting services. Snow and Ice, $109,500. FY24 deficit. Insurance and benefits, $39,000 increased insurances, and to meet such said appropriation by a transfer of said sum from certified free cash.
Second.
Second, thank you. Advisory?
Advisory recommends a yes vote.
Okay. Anything else to add, Select Board?
Could we go over the numbers again? Please, I don't think we got them right, Mike.
They're amended. This is from the warrant.
Okay, so
What was the original number? Yeah, what was the original? The number you first said was the old number, I believe.
okay,
Because in the warrant, it says 115,000.
This is correct, right? Yeah, these are the new numbers. Yep, this is adjusted. I'm reading the motion.
Okay.
So it's not as, so it's not as printed. There were amended numbers that Snow and Ice changed to 109,500 to 9,500 more, and insurance and benefits, increased insurances, 39,000. That was certified through the town accountant. So what's on the screen is not the motion I'm making.
all right, so,
I will go through the numbers again so everyone.
yeah, so what's on the screen is not what this actual Article 2 is. If you could read those numbers again so people know.
I can.
Thank you.
So the motion total is $163,500 and no cents. The amounts are Select Board, $9,000. Litigation. Assessors, $6,000. Additional consulting services. Snow and Ice, originally $100,000, adjusted to $109,500 for FY24 deficit, and insurance and benefits, $39,000 for increased insurances, as certified from the accountant. and to meet said appropriation from a transfer of said sum from certified free cash.
Okay, thank you. And I got a second. So advisory? Advisory, your recommendations, please? They don't have one. Okay.
What I said was what the article is. Right. They don't have a recommendation because they didn't have this article at the time of briefing. They can address it right now. We're all in session. It's all of it going on. So it's an increase in 9,500.
As we all sit here at the advisory committee, this was an increase of $9,500.
To snow and ice.
To snow and ice. $39,000 to insurance and benefits.
Right, if you had, now, Mr. Chair of the advisory, if you had a question about snow and ice, you would have the accountant. If you had a question for why it goes to.
Does anybody on the advisory have a question or comment at this time? I say no.
All right, I'd like to open the floor up to questions and comments on Article 2.
Diane Haley, 27 Pleasant Street, number 3 in Baldwinville. Okay, so I'm not sure I have all the numbers right, but the select board is still 9,000.
Yes.
The assessors are 6,000.
Yep.
Snow and ice is 109,500.
Yes.
And you're adding something, insurance and benefits, for 49,000?
39,000.
39,000.
Can you speak to that?
Okay. It'd be nice if we could get that on the screen correctly, because I'm deaf. So this is coming from free cash, and it's always been the policy to not backfill a budget with free cash. So could you explain why we're doing this?
Could I get an answer for that, please?
Adam Lamontagne, Town Administrator, if I may, Mr. Moderator?
Please.
You're gonna have to be clear and speak up for me.
Okay. So basically how a budget works is you have these numbers that are, right now, they're not, we need this to balance the budget, basically. Our insurances went up, our MedEx went up 6%, it wasn't in the budget. We had our other insurances go up as well, and we had a workers' comp audit that was not budgeted for as well for the insurances. And further, on the snow and ice, we also had an April snowstorm. So once we got all the expenses in, that's what came to these numbers that were updated, Diane.
I completely understand about snow and ice. I do not understand about insurance, assessors, and the select board. That never came from free cash before. Am I wrong?
We've closed snow and ice deficits with free cash.
It always came from free cash?
To close the deficit, that's how we've always done it.
Oh, I must be mistaken.
Kelly, you want to come up here?
I just wanted to clarify the insurance, because I know that that is
Name and title, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Kelly Pomprion, Town Accountant. I just wanted to clarify the insurance and benefits. This year, we had an additional workers' comp audit that was not anticipated. The MedX insurance went up in January that we did not know that that was going to happen, so we have that additional cost. Plus, we've had, with the current insurance that we've had, there has been a lot of turnover and change this year in staffing. A lot of people that went off with single plans or left that didn't have insurance, we now have people that have come on. So the $37,000 is to fill this gap to take care of what we needed for that insurance.
Okay, so that was unexpected.
Right, yes.
Okay, so the additional consulting services were unexpected, and the litigation was unexpected as well?
Yeah, I can't speak to those, but I can speak to the insurance.
This is not on, this is a whole brand-new litigation that just suddenly came up? Or is this litigation that has been ongoing? Obviously, I don't need to know if that is not something that this body should know.
They were all unanticipated costs that they added on. They were all unanticipated costs that were added on. I don't know how any more, other than the specifics, to say the litigation.
No, I don't need to know the specifics.
Okay.
I'm just asking, because...
This is to close the operating budget for 2024.
Because free cash, when
Yes,
you
we're
use
using
free cash, we know the policy, correct?
We do have a policy.
Okay, so I'm just making sure that this is, unexpected or emergency or...
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, please.
All right, Justice Graves, Queen Lake Road, speaking in my capacity as the Deputy Assessor. Just to explain our line within this particular article, this year we've transitioned fully between one Deputy Assessor to the next, and we are also in a current reval. What happened is, and I had talked with the town administrator going all the way back to November that this was probably going to happen, is that we do need additional services so that for any issues that come up for our assessments or any issues that come up with regards to our current revaluation, that is covered for us, so that way everything is free and clear. This is a one-time ask that we are asking for. You should not anticipate us coming back to you for this going into fiscal year 2025. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Liz Toth, 141 Gray Road. If I understood correctly, the additional stuff for the insurance benefits of the additional $39,000 was known in January. Why was that not already prepared and on this form, seeing how this is now May, 5 months later?
Does anyone have an answer for that?
On the workers'
Name and
comp-
title, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Kelly Pomprion, Town Accountant. We did not know in January that this was, that with the workers' comp audit amount. So once we found that out, and I redid the calculation for all of the insurances to the end of the year, we realized that because I thought we might have enough to cover it, but it came back way higher in a cost than we had anticipated.
If I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
When did you calculate this?
I can go back and I can actually go back and look at my emails.
Because my concern is the fact that we are yet again being presented with something that's on the screen that doesn't match what we're being asked to vote on. And what I thought I heard you say was that you knew this amount in January. So I'm just trying to get a clarification.
Yeah,
when
I
this
did
was.
not. I did not know this in January. I didn't believe I said that. If I did, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. But I did not know this in January.
Okay.
Mr. Moderator, just, some housekeeping. To put it up on the screen, we just put the warrant up there. I don't write everything right before I want to have something on the screen. If it bothers people, what's on the screen, we can just take it off. I just put the original warrant up. That's me. Holly and I set up the computer in the back so we would have something up on the screen.
Okay.
But it's the motion that I made, not what you see on the screen.
All right, is there any more questions on Article 2? All right. I'm going to move to vote on Article 2. All in favor, say yes. Yes. All opposed, say no. No. Okay, Article 2 passed at 6:51. All right, Article 3, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 3, Fiscal Year 2024 Sewer Department Operating Budget Supplement, submitted by the Select Board on behalf of the Sewer Commissioners, majority vote required. I move to appropriate the sum of $125,000 and no cents to increase the FY 2024 Sewer Department budget by said sum to total. In the aggregate, the sum of $1,565,723 and no cents, and to meet said appropriation by a transfer of said sum from certified retained earnings.
Second, thank you. Advisory?
The advisory committee recommend a yes vote.
Okay, just so everyone's clear, these numbers changed as well as the last one. So where it says 70,000, on this Article 3, it reads 125,000, and the $1,565,723, not $1,510,000. Any questions or comments? Okay, Article 3. I'm going to move to vote. All in favor, say yes. Yes. All opposed, say no. Okay. Article 3 passed unanimously at 6:53. Might not be stored right. Article 4, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 4, consent agenda submitted by the Select Board and a majority vote required. I move to approve a consent agenda consisting of the following non-controversial actions. A, report of town officers. Accept the reports of the town officers as printed in the 2023 town report. B, report of town committees. Allow any town committee to present its report. C, set annual spending limits of revolving funds. Set the annual spending limits of the town's revolving funds as follows. Burial and Improvement Fund, $10,000 and no cents. Recycling Fund, $10,000 and no cents. Plumbing and Gas Inspector Fund, $20,000 and no cents. Electrical Inspector Fund, $25,000 and no cents. Parks and Recreation Fund, $75,000 and no cents. Salt Brine Production System Fund, $25,000 and no cents. D, accept Transportation Network Community Fee Assessment, appropriate such sum of money as may be received by the town from the Massachusetts Transportation Network Community Fee Assessment to an account entitled MART Dial-A-Ride.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Advisory?
Advisory committee recommends a yes vote.
Okay. I'd like to open up the floor to questions and comments on Article 4.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, please.
Liz Toth, 141 Gray Road. So just the annual town reports, does not meet the annual town, the bylaws. The publication, it shall be the duty of the board to publish the annual report to be made available to the residents on the town website on the last Tuesday of April of each year for the distribution at the polling places and also on the town hall in the board's office. I went to get a printed copy of it last week, and it was not available. And not only that, but the actual select board's report never was presented in front of the select board and voted on. So my question to the board is, how can we vote on any of that tonight if it did not meet the town bylaw, number one, and number two, how we could vote on it if the select board has not voted on their own report?
Does anyone have an answer for that?
Adam Lamontagne, Town Administrator. Mr. Moderator?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So I guess our interpretations of the bylaw are a little bit different. I'm looking at it where the bylaw itself has to be posted to the town webpage by the last, in April, where then have the report available at the polling locations as well as the board's office on Election Day.
I'm sorry, these are a bunch of ands. Mr. Moderator?
Yeah, go ahead.
These are a bunch of ands. These aren't ors, and over, I think it was either 500 or 800 people have voted for, have requested early voting, which is their place of polling, is their home. So they needed to have a copy when they requested stuff. So I believe the select board is in violation of the town bylaw. And the second thing is the select board never voted on their own report. Again, how can the select board actually put forward this article if they didn't even vote on it in one of their own meetings? Mr. Moderator.
I guess you made your point.
I'd like, Mr. Moderator, if I could have, through you, an answer from the chair of the select board, if you would, please.
Sure. So I compile the report, which is, I'm sorry, Mike?
Name, please.
Yep, Mike Curry, Select Board Chair. So I compile everything that has happened with the Select Board. There's no new actions or otherwise. I ask for input for the others, but again, we do not reconvene. It's not a collaboration or otherwise. It's a report from the Select Board with Select Board inputs. But you're correct. We do not, I don't go over the report, get it voted on and put into there. We have a deadline. I write it. It goes in. That's the answer.
All right. Sounds like deliberation without a public meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Gail Noel, Winchester Street. On these revolving accounts, are those for FY23 or the one we're in? 23?
I believe it says right on there.
25. Since we now...
Sorry, Mike Curry, Chair, to provide an answer. Those are setting the revolving accounts for 25.
25, okay. Since we now have a grant writer, many grants that you write need upfront funding in order to present a grant, and I would suggest we put in a fund for grants.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
You should be on the select board. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments on Article 4? All right, we're going to move to vote on Article 4. All in favor say yes? Yes. All opposed say no? No. Okay, Article 4 passed at 6:59. Article 5, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 5. I move to appropriate a sum of money for the purposes of repairing the Main Street Bridge including all incidental and related expenses, and to meet said appropriation to authorize the treasurer, with the approval of the Select Board, to borrow such sum under the consistent with General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7, or any other source of authority. Said amount contingent upon passage of a Proposition 2.5 debt exclusion ballot question in accordance with General Law, Chapter 59, Section 21C, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, and that any federal or state grants awarded prior to issuance of bonds will be used to reduce the amount borrowed by the town of Templeton.
Can I get a second? Second, thank you. Advisory? Thank you. I'd like to open up the floor to Article 5 for questions and comments. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Mark Berrio. I live at 75 Royalston Road. When I read this article, I wrote to Representative Zlotnick, and I asked him if anyone from the Temple Select Board had approached him about state funding for the Main Street Bridge. And he said, yes. When I started representing Templeton, it was one of the first things that was brought to my attention. I set aside $3 million for replacement of the bridge. We've since been working with town officials and Mass DOT to actually get the bridge replaced where it stands now. It is in the queue. The most recent report from Mass DOT was that we were around number 13 on the list in the district, and I think 200th overall. Their estimate was it would get replaced in 2027, 2028. And then he goes on, it's a lot of details. My question is, are you doing this just to get it done a year earlier? And as the amount of time that bridge has been one way at a time with stop signs, with 20 Jersey barriers weight on it, right? Why is it so important to get it replaced immediately? I urge residents to think about this. $2.9 million is the number that I saw. The article that they're asking us to approve doesn't have a number on it. So does that mean it's carte blanche? Could it be $10 million and we're on the hook for it? So, in the past, right, interest rates were low. Now interest rates are high. Inflation has caused of replacing the bridge to go up, and now we're choosing that this is the time that we want to have Templeton pay for it all on their own without the state's help. I just don't understand that.
Does anyone have any answer for any of his questions from out numbers, or he sounded like he was asking that?
I do.
You do? Well, go ahead, please.
Noel Francis, 14 State Road, Baldwinville. I serve on the advisory committee, and I'm speaking as a member of the advisory committee. This has been an endless frustration. I mean, the fingerprints of the state are all over this budget and the lack of, the problems that we have. We wrote to Charlie Baker when he was still governor and asked him to sign off on the bridge because it was shovel-ready and ready to go. And we've done the same thing to Governor Maura Healey, written letters, saying that the project is shovel-ready and ready to go. I have spoken with Representative Zlotnick twice in the past 3 years about this. And the first time was when Charlie Baker was still governor. He assured me that it was in the works and he would do what he could. Last summer, Representative Zlotnick came before the Select Board, and basically, it's in the works, we're in the queue, but he has no idea when the project may go forward. It may be next year, it may be 3 years from now, or maybe 10 years from now. And you just can't let that happen. Just can't let that happen. I'm in favor of this article because it is a debt exclusion. You are using debt, but there's other debt coming off the books. So there's really, little to very little extra expense to the taxpayer. And we really need this bridge. If you wait for the state to, build the bridge, you might be dead.
Go.
Merrill, 117 Dudley Road.
Go ahead, please.
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
what's the current safety rating on the bridge?
Does anyone have an answer to that? Current safety rating on Main Street Bridge? I know there's no signs posted, so.
Thank God for technology. I can hear now. So,
Yeah. There was a,
oh, are you going to answer some
Yes.
questions? Oh.
Bob Sozak, Director of Public Services. Currently, there's no weight restriction or safety restrictions on the bridge. The outside girders are the weak spots. That's why it's funneled down to one lane. MassDOT is currently doing inspections every year and supplying us with a report, and for a little more deterioration, but still no weight restrictions on that bridge. But it is important for us to get that bridge done because we have another bridge right behind it on Hamlet Mill. It's Templeton Bridges, and we have to be responsible. Thank you.
okay, go ahead.
Beverly Bartolomeo, South Road, Templeton. My question through you is to Adam, our town administrator. I am under the impression that Mr. Terrazzini had started a grant for this whole deal, and he handed it off to you. So, what happened? Actually, I think we paid Terrazzini to stay on. We paid him extra to stay on. I went through there today. I actually went to the Red Onion. I hadn't been there since they fixed it up. I breezed right through because there was no traffic. It's passable. If you're patient, you let somebody else go first, you got it, no problem. We need help. We have money, but we have a lot of stuff that we can spend it on. So I want to know what happened to the grant.
Bev, do you want the answer from Adam, or do you just want it answered?
He wants it, she wants it from Adam, please. Go ahead, please.
Adam Lamontagne, Town Administrator, if I may, Mr. Moderator.
Yes, please.
So your question for the grant is we're currently working on a grant through MassWorks right now. Now, going back to the question of the design and why did that take so long, well, there were situations like the COVID that happened that delayed. But the good news is that $200,000 that was appropriated and the $30,000 that the town folks gave us is going to carry us all the way to 100% designed, state review, and bidding phase services. So we're going to have a project ready to go. And yes, it took a little bit longer, but at least we got there to where we need to go to get the project completed. We just need the funding at this point. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Robert May, 137 Shady Lane. Excuse me. Robert May, 137 Shady Lane. I just wanted to mention that in 2019, I was a member of the Capital Planning Committee when this was brought before the board, brought before the committee by Carter and I believe Bob, or it might have been Bob from Sewer too. But for the $200,000 to take that to 75% design by August 2020. Now, everybody understands there was a little bit of dilemma with the COVID issue, but I think, you know, basically what was supposed to be 8 months turned into 5 years is a little excessive, and now to come in here and dump it upon the taxpayer as, oh, this is a desperate need now and so forth, and here, write us a blank check, is not realistic to me. You know, this thing was $2.2 million for the Phase 2 version or the second version back in 2019. We got $2.2 million in COVID. We had the money, in ARPA money. But there were choices made by those sitting up on the board not to go this route. So please, let's be real. You made choices. They're coming to bite. And now you're asking for a blank check, and my answer is no. So there you go. Have a nice day.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Mr. Moderator, Jeff Bennett, 77 Partridgeville Road. I just have a couple of questions. It's been said that debt is coming off the tax rate or being paid off. I'd like to know what that amount is versus compared to how much this would affect the tax rate, because when you ask for a debt exclusion, it's for a certain amount of money for a certain amount of time, and it affects the tax rate. And when you pay it off, that should come off the tax rate. It sounds like we're just continuing to keep the debt on the books. So I would like to know how much we intend to borrow for this bridge project and the estimated length of time and the estimated effect it would have on the tax rate. Because it is tax dollars that will pay this whatever amount is borrowed.
Can
For the administrator, please.
Can anyone answer that? You want the town administrator to answer that?
Yes.
Yeah. Adam? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Adam Lamontagne, Town Administrator. So to answer your question, and I think we've covered this at the advisory's pre-town meeting, is roughly $350K. I know you want it exactly to the dollar, which you did at the pre-town meeting. And what we have is that $350K roughly dropping off of our books, right? We're actively pursuing grants. Worst case scenario, if we don't get a grant, we're looking at roughly $300 to $330K. So the debt's essentially staying the same over a 15-year period. If we get a grant, then the grant would go and take down that amount. So I don't have a specific number for you for the bridge, and that's why it's not included here, because we're really not going to know how much the bridge is until we go out to bid. And once we get that number, that's what we're going to go out and issue bonds for. I hope that answers your question, Mr. Bennett.
Yep. Mr. Moderator, Jeff Bennett, 77 Partridgeville Road. I just have a follow-up question, maybe for Town Council. Is a contingent article for debt exclusion, is there a requirement to have a dollar amount in the motion? I know of the ballot question is not required.
Okay. Give us a second.
Is this working? Okay. Ryan Holmquist, my office is Town Council. No, there's no requirement to have a number in the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Noble Francis, 14 State Road, speaking as an advisory board member. I would like to point out one additional fact that hasn't even been discussed. You know, two of your largest taxpayers in town, Graves and Seaman Paper, are located near that bridge, and they use that bridge with their heavy trucks every day. We're not going to get money from the state anytime soon. We will eventually be reimbursed. We need to work on the bridge now.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments on Article 5? Go ahead, please.
Hi, Gracelyn Curry, Hubbardston Road. I'm speaking as the grant writer administrator. I'm currently working on a MassWorks infrastructure grant for 75% of the total cost, which is currently estimated at about 3.7. If we are awarded that grant, that'll bring the town's share, excluding the sewer debt, down to $425,000 bond. That'll be, again, an estimate, about $100,000 over a 4-year period, or per a year for 4 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments on Article 5? All right, we're going to go to vote on Article 5. We'll try a voice count because this is required a 2/3 vote. All in favor say yes? Yes. All opposed say no? No. I'm going to say that passed at 7:15. Article 5. Article 6, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 6, adopt Chapter 39, Section 23D of the General Laws. I move to accept Mass General Law, Chapter 39, Section 23D for all types of adjudicatory hearings by any municipal board, committee, or commission.
Second.
Second, thank you. Advisory?
Advisory Committee, we're in favor of this article.
Okay, I'll open up the floor to questions and comments on Article 6. Okay, any questions on Article 6 or comments? All right, we're going to move to vote on Article 6. All in favor say yes. Yes. All opposed say no. Okay, that article passed at 7:16. Article 7, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 7, Economic Development Industrial Corporation, commonly referred to as EDIC, for acceptance, submitted by the Select Board on behalf of the EDIC. I move to declare the need for an Economic Development Industrial Corporation because unemployment or the threat thereof exists in the town, or that security against future unemployment and lack of business opportunity is required, and that attracting new industry into the town and substantially expanding existing industry through an economic development project or projects financed under Chapter 121C of the General Laws implemented by such a corporation would alleviate any unemployment and the lack of business opportunity problems, and to authorize the Select Board to authorize said corporation pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 121C for further certification by the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities.
Seconded.
Second, thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee is in favor of this article.
Okay, open up the floor to questions and comments. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Moderator, Robert May, 137 Shady Lane. 137 Shady Lane, sorry. The first question I'd have is, it says here, submitted by the board, the Select Board on behalf of the EDIC. I would like to know, do we have an EDIC in Templeton?
Does anyone have an answer to that question?
No? Of course, because you're going to be in this.
Absolutely. So yes, there is an EDIC, the order creating the
Name
Mike Curry, Chair of the Select Board. The answer to your question is yes, the EDIC does exist, and it has been meeting. It is in accordance with the Select Board, Section 3 of 121D?
121C.
121C. So Section 3 gives the Select Board the authority to create the EDIC, which they did in 2017.
John did, yeah. No.
That is correct.
Right, in 2017, October 24th. And he created the EDIC, okay? You guys appointed members to the EDIC, but yet you meet as an EDICC. And you have these meetings and you make these decisions as an EDICC. None of you were appointed to an EDICC. Not one of you.
Economic Development Industrial Corporation. Committee.
None of you were appointed to that.
I distinctly remember that all of the appointments were made directly after the organization meetings of the Select Board.
Of the Select Board, they were made, you were all made board members, directors of the board of the EDIC, not of the EDICC, not of anything like that. And in the summary, it's got a bunch of hoopla that goes back before 2017. 2017 trying to justify the EDICC stuff or something, but in 2017, when John signed the order to create the EDIC, that nullified the EDC that we had before, which was the Economic Development Committee. It says right in section 6, if you look in the article that he wrote, okay? So you guys don't even exist, period. There is no EDIC. You guys are illegitimate. You don't have anything. You've set up, but you don't have the certificate from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or house, whatever it is, DCHD.
I understand.
Yeah. You haven't done any of that. And now you're trying to get us to sign off on this so that we're complicit in this, so that we basically cover you as the legislature. And I've been telling you this since 2017. I've been writing. I've written everybody, and you've all blown me off. And now, all of a sudden, oh, geez. Well, yeah, oh, geez, and you can't do it by faking your way through it. This is not real. This article is illegal. It's promoted by people that don't exist. I'm done, and I hope we all are.
Okay. Did you have a follow-up with that, Mike? Or? It's just a comment. Okay.
Yeah, I did have a question. It was, are we real? And you answered it.
Okay, so I will further answer the question. 2017, the board appoints up to the 7 members, and the members that are on right now were appointed in accordance with the 2017 Select Board order. That's the answer.
But you don't meet under that. You meet under the EDICC. Look at the agenda. Otherwise, you want open meeting laws because you're going to have 30 days of them.
It's EDIC.
It's the EDICC in the committee. It says under the agenda, it's listed in the heading, EDICC.
I'm sorry, Bob, then that's a typo. It's the EDIC.
No, it's not a typo. That's how they've been referring to it.
Then we will have to adjust that.
Yeah, you will, by doing this over it, because you're wrong. You can't just bypass it and meet as somebody else.
Mr. Moderator, point of order, argumentative.
Very.
Okay.
This is a debate.
Yeah, I think that's the best answer you can get.
Through the moderator, please.
Through the moderator, could you tell the selectmen that this is a debate, please?
But this is not a debate, sir. I understand you've made your point. I don't think they're going to give you any better answer than what you've gotten. They're not, I'm sorry. I guess you'll just have to vote accordingly.
It's been 8 years. I can wait.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Diane Haley, 27 Pleasant Street, Baldwinville. Still, I don't remember creating an EDICC, Bob, at all. And I was on the board when it was created. I don't want to debate you. I'm not going to debate you.
That's it. You weren't there.
All right.
I believe I was, but I won't. I'm not going to debate you. So I just want to be clear, and I understand all the summary, but I'm going to ask you, like, why are we doing this when we already, I'm not sure why it's not in the summary, when we created the EDIC? Because we did create one, and is this creating something else?
Yeah, I can answer that. Mike Curry, Select Board Chair. So the two things that this article does, it allows the town, as town meeting, to make the declaration that we need an EDIC. You could say, yes, that is bringing us current with the 2017 to have town meeting at least make the declaration. And the second thing that it does, in 2017, the Executive Office for Housing and Livable Communities it was under another name. So for certification purposes, previous speaker's correct. We are basically making this declaration and allowing the Select Board to organize to make sure that the Executive Housing and Livable Communities, part of it is certifiable. So when we go back with a plan, okay, so the process is the EDIC has been meeting and has been discussing possibilities or otherwise. The biggest thing that we're trying to do is to get on contract a vendor, which the last meeting we chose Montachusett Regional Planning Commission to be able to work our economic development plan. That comprehensive plan goes through a hearing process, it goes through a select board process, and then it gets put on a warrant for the town, the whole thing, the whole economic plan to be approved. The EDIC cannot do anything without town meeting approval because that is the plan. To make all of these things happen, the two things that the select board and the EDIC are asking for is for the town in concert to make the declaration, yes, we have economic conditions that require the actions of a corporation such as this, and then doing so coincides with the actions required by certification with the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities. Those are the two things that we're asking tonight that fits into that process. Ultimately, this time next year, we were hoping to have the economic development plan available well prior, starting the year with a proposed hearing, and then approval, and then it gets put in the warrant so that we look at it and say, this comprehensive plan, we don't like this project, or why didn't we look at that? That's where we're hoping to be this time next year. But we would like to have those two things.
Okay, so that was always the goal. So even though we created as a board the EDIC, we did not take it one step further to bring it to the town.
That is correct.
In a nutshell?
The office had a different name and a different mission. So how those two things coalesce together, again, now, Executive Office for Housing and Livable Communities, we're adjusting the language to make sure that it's compliant with the current state agency.
Okay, because Glenn has always been involved.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Moderator,
Yep, go ahead,
Jeff
please.
Bennett, 77 Partridgeville Road. Since there's been a mention of something, this motion perhaps being illegal, I turned to our guidebook from our bylaws, town meeting times. It deals with motions of doubtful legality. It mentions there are 3 types, and this seems to deal with the first one, where the motion seems to do something illegal, is what was mentioned, I believe, by a future speaker over there. And it says, in that instance, it states the moderator and, if possible, town council should advise the meeting of the possible consequences of an affirmative vote, and then should let the chips fall where they may. So rather than debate all night whether this is legal or illegal, perhaps we could have a comment from town council and then just vote. And let the chips fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on, town council will speak.
Mr. Moderator, I also just wanted to make a point. I was speaking as the chair of the select board, but I am on the EDIC and have been meeting for at least 2 years with the board. I just want to make sure town meeting knows that as well. So I do sit on that corporation with several other members.
Okay, thank you.
Ryan Holmquist, Town Council. So I think looking at this article, there's been a lot of talk about the history of the EDIC and what exists now, but this article is asking the town to declare the need for an EDIC and to authorize the select board to organize the corporation and again, make it eligible to be certified by EOHLC. So there's nothing in this article that I would consider illegal. I think this article, again, is only asking the town to do those 2 things, regardless of sort of some of the background history that we've been talking about here.
Okay. Any more questions on Article 7? All right, we're going to go to vote on Article 7. All in favor, say yes. Yes. All opposed, say no. No. Okay, Article 7 passed at 7:29. Article 8.
Mr. Moderator, Article 8, amend the bylaws, RE Advanced Recycling Facilities, submitted by the Select Board on behalf of the Planning Board, majority vote required. I move to waive the reading and approve the article as published, accepting the phrase "to see if the town will vote to," and the phrase "or take any other actions related thereto."
Second.
Second, thank you. Advisory?
The advisory, we are in favor of this article, but it was a 4-to-1 vote.
Okay. Any questions or comments on Article 8? Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Moderator.
Hold on, Bev. Jeff,
Yep.
he beat you to it.
Let him go.
Jeffrey Bennett, 77 Patrickville Road. I just have a question on the...
Not working, Jeffrey.
I don't, there you go.
At the beginning, under Section A, it says, "Uses allowed by right in the commercial, industrial, agricultural district." So we're being asked to add advanced recycling to the list of entities that are used allowed by right. I'd like to see if I could get clarification on what that wording means. If allowed by right, does that make it easier for that to be placed by adding advanced recycling, or does it make it harder?
I can answer that.
I guess,
Unless you want someone else up there, but I can answer that.
if Diane, if you can answer it, please.
Diane again. I'm not going to keep repeating my address. So I was doing a lot of research because at first I was opposed to this bylaw, and then someone graciously sent me a YouTube video from the planning board meeting, and I listened to the lawyer speak. So the reason for these additions, this is like new technology, and off the top of my head, I can't explain it. It is not incineration. It is used like taking away oxygen. But if you do not do it precisely, it can be toxic. I will throw that out there. But this is actually stricter and will allow the planning board to... The planning board always usually adds conditions to anyone who wants to come in and build, and they'll say, okay, you can do this, but we're going to add this condition, this condition, this condition, and this condition.
I thought you were going to answer just his question.
I'm sorry?
You said you were going to answer his question.
I can't understand you, I'm sorry.
You had said you were going to answer his question? Jeff's question that he asked?
It is answering the question, if that's what you're asking me. I'm getting to the bottom of it.
Okay.
So it just makes stricter guidelines for them to be able to say in their conditions, this requires expertise. So they can say, you need to have experts come in and do this. It's not willy-nilly. They have to have experts come in, and you can't just have anyone do this. They have to have experts. Does everybody understand that? Does that clarify anything?
Okay.
Yes or no?
No, what? You're not running this meeting, ma'am. I'm sorry, but...
Is there anyone from the planning board here? No?
Mr. Moderator? Mr.
I don't know how else to clarify it. Kirk, can you do that?
Well, I'm going to take my turn. Yeah, there's...
Can you do that?
Thank you. Kirk Machete, 411 Baldwinville Road, and I'm the chairman of the planning board. First of all, I'd like to know from the selectmen, unless I'm reading something wrong here, is this business that you're speaking of, is it restricted from our uses right now? Because if it's not, then I don't, up till now... Mr. Moderator? Oh, sorry. Mr. Moderator, Terry Griffiths. You can't restrict you can't keep businesses from coming in, but you can add layers to your current bylaws to prevent them or make it more difficult. Everything has to go through Massachusetts General Law, DEP, EPA, and to my knowledge, and I'd ask Lori to come up too, that we added these extra layers of restriction to our bylaws to keep safety first and to keep lesser professional businesses coming in, or, poisonous businesses that are current. Feedstock, plastic feedstock has PFAS. The state has layers, and we're adding layers through the planning board and added permits to make it more strict for businesses thinking of Templeton.
Okay, well, thanks for the education, but I've been planning board chairman for over 20 years in this town, and I don't believe anybody in here can complain about any businesses that have come in town and the way they work and their traffic patterns and the safety protocols that the planning board follows. Second of all, we don't need anybody's permission for peer review. We do that now. So if somebody came to a meeting, they'd find out the language you're putting in here means nothing to me. It's actually comical. And I don't need the selectmen trying to run the planning board. And furthermore, for the townspeople to hear this, you can't, maybe the lawyer can chime in on this, but from the looks of it, you went to the potential applicant and said, tell us exactly what you want to do, and we're going to put it in our bylaw, so that way when you come in, we can sneak you right in, no problem. Guess what? To me, that means nothing.
Mr.
Because,
Moderator.
no, do not interrupt me. I don't think you have the right to do that. I have the floor. And so my point being is this, is that we treat every applicant the same. If we gotta hire a physicist, we'll hire a physicist. If I have to hire somebody to do drainage calcs, we'll do drainage calcs. If we have to hire a structural engineer for peer review, we do it. So I just don't like this whole amendment of the article, mainly because you're looking at one industry and you're spelling it out too much. So my thing to the board is that, and to the townspeople is that, if this is a use that's not allowed right now and you want it to come into town, fine, just say it. We'll add it to the list. But don't dictate to the planning board what we're going to do or how we do it, because we do it better than you. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator?
Go ahead. Do you have a follow-up?
Again, to my knowledge, this is unprecedented in Massachusetts. Never before have we been faced with issues like pyrolysis and gasification and the ramifications that come with those specific processes. And there are other layers too that I'm not going to have no precedent tonight, like environmental justice. So again, this is unprecedented. People from Taunton are watching us right now because people are interested in what's going on in Templeton to bring this home as far as these operations go. And I was told it had to go before the planning board for special permits, and that was the way to go, and that's the way it went.
Okay, I think, sorry, go ahead, Bev.
Beverly Bartolomeo, South Road, Templeton. This has huge implications. I don't understand why there were no informational meetings. There are a lot of busy people. There are still people on Route 2 and 495 that didn't even get home. But we have been dumped on so much in this town. We have dumps that were left by the state. We have a bylaw to keep rubbish and garbage and what else ever in. So is that going to violate that? There are too many ifs, ands, or buts. It's not an established. When I read the information I got from Facebook, which the girls did a good job digging it up, it's better than I got from the selectmen. There are too many things that can go wrong. They haul all that stuff. You're going to put it where Temple Stewart was? You are in the middle of a neighborhood. You have houses all around you. Lilly Chemical was dumping solvent in the swamp. They were a beautiful looking building. They had a nice business. But guess what? Stuff happens nobody knows about. Hutchie's dump is still sitting. We have to be careful. People can make up their own mind. They have a right to do that. But you had no informational meetings. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. There's how many pages and you don't want to read them? I say, yeah. But it's just too much for anyone to just absorb in this setting. And if I had my way, I'd say no. If we're going to get a business, get a clean one.
Mr. Moderator, again, it's unprecedented, and this isn't about...
She didn't really ask a question.
Mr. Moderator, this isn't about business, it's about...
Yeah, I know, but she didn't ask a question, so I don't know where you're going. Can I have this, sir, please?
John Henshaw, 521 Berry Road. Is that working?
No.
Hello? Okay. John Henshaw, 521 Berry Road. I got to say that I, too, was a little taken aback to see this on the warrant as some indication of changes to zoning, as it appeared to me, that specifically referenced this pyrolysis gasification likely to be serving somebody that may come to Temple Stewart, just as Bev said, in the backyard of Baldwinville, where we haven't even seen it cleaned up from when Temple Stewart's was there. So I don't think we need to be the guinea pig for some kind of a new technology that we know will be 100% effective on day one when permitted and then never maintained again, and to God knows to what end the people will suffer beyond that. So why are we doing this? And I thought also in the town meeting warrant posted that it needed a 2/3 majority, but there was an indication that this is simply a majority. But when I looked at the pre-warrant that I saw online, I thought it had said it was a zoning thing. Kirk would know whether a zoning bylaw change would need to be a 2/3 vote. Maybe I saw that incorrectly, but I just want to say that I don't think this is a good idea to pass this now. Let's see how things go. Everybody will say, okay, pyrolysis, yeah, we're going to convert everybody's rubbish off the train into some new fuel that's going to get spilt all over the ground, or trucked out of here, whatever, who knows. Now, I also know that we have a representative here from the Mills River Watershed Council who's not a resident. He has also asked to speak. I know there's other people that would like to speak as well, residents. But if the meeting would allow, I would like to request that perhaps Ivan Usak from Mills River Watershed Council could also speak to the audience at some point.
Okay, and I just want to clarify, Mr. Henshaw, this, even though it says majority vote, this is a 2/3 vote. It is.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Callan Pacey. I'm at 170 Farnsworth Road. I'm a resident. I'm just speaking specifically in regards to the article. I spoke to the planning board, and this type of facility, unfortunately, is going to be authorized by the state, but this article would allow the town to make it much more difficult for it to be built. And I vote in favor of this just because I'm recommending, because we don't know what's going to happen. The state has the final say in this, our town does not, but we can make it a lot harder. This facility they're trying to build is going to be quite large. They want to start processing 50 tons of plastic waste and move to 500. I reached out to the Mass DEP chief of our area, and he said he has not heard of the proposal yet, which is a good sign, but voting yes on this article, we could move forward, we can move forward in helping to keep it out of our backyards. The chemical waste is not yet understood. There's only one more facility like this in the country. This is brand new. We don't know the ramifications, and yeah.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Let me just read you something.
Name and street,
The company McValley.
Name and street, please.
Sorry, my name?
Yes, name and street,
Diane,
please.
27 Pleasant Street, Baldwinville. McValley has already purchased a property here, and they want to do this. Clean Vision Incorporated, out of Los Angeles, has announced that its wholly owned subsidiary Manhattan Beach, California, based Clean Seas, which they also, Clean Vision is an investment firm, has signed letters of intent with Templeton, Massachusetts, based McValley, LLC, establish a co-located Clean Seas facility in central Massachusetts. They want to come here. They already did, they're already planning on it. So we need to make it harder for them to come here. And this bylaw does that. We're not trying to tell the planning board what to do. We're trying to make it harder for them to come here. And we need stricter guidelines in order for them not to pollute our air, because it will do that.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Colleen Reedy. I live at 144 Partridgeville Road. Just speaking on the misinformation, McValley is the company that did buy the property. It's 24 acres here in Templeton. They bought it in 2022, and they projected to already be in production in 2023, so I'm curious as to why that's not happening. They already have partnership with Clean Vision Corp., which focuses on solutions that drive global clean economy, solving the world's waste plastic crisis and key to clean the seas, converting millions of tons of plastic waste into clean, environmentally friendly products. Which would be oils that they could use to fuel certain things, or it could be turned into something solid that they can put in asphalt and concrete. So just so you know, that's what they would be producing. It requires a lot of energy, emits a lot of greenhouse gases, pollutants, dirty fossil fuels, hazardous wastes. It could cost as little as $30,000 to $5 million to run a plant. Just so you know, there are none in the United States that are in operation at the moment. They have one in Morocco and one in India that opened in 2022. And if you look them up, there are several articles written by numerous people that will
Mr.
state
Moderator,
what the hazardous waste
excuse me, miss,
things are.
You've gone beyond your 2 minutes.
I wanted to give her a chance, but there's a point of order, I think, that needs to be made. When we're talking about a specific project or company or property, that's not relevant, or I'm asking, could we exclude the mention of specific things, because that's not what the article is being written for. It's a.
I'm just
and the
speaking
reason
on the
why I do that is for
misinformation. Since we didn't
litigation
go over
purposes.
the whole article, I'm just speaking on the misinformation and the uninformed, for the people uninformed here tonight.
Mr. Moderator,
That's all.
Read the point of order. We're way off base. We're talking about this article, and we're getting into the weeds on specifics of something that might happen. I do not believe that we should do.
That's what this article's all about.
It's about making it difficult to build and putting up new things to make it difficult to build.
Well, yes.
And
you're
I
giving
want to
us
vote
that.
no on that, and I
All
also
right,
want to
ma'am,
vote no on it
Your 2 minutes is up.
Thank you for
Okay.
your time. Thank you.
So please, sir.
Mr. Moderator, Kirk Machete again. If you actually stop and think what we're doing on this article, it's kind of, I'm a neutral party on this, okay? Because planning, we wait for somebody to come in and propose something, and we handle it from day one. If you don't want this thing in town, well, first of all, if somebody comes to us tomorrow, this article means nothing, whether you pass it or don't, because we don't have any restrictions on this type of business in town. So we would treat it just like any other business. But if you're doing it to, I don't know how do you say this. You're actually, by endorsing this article versus just letting it go, you're actually telling them, well, we already spelt it out for you. So how can you fight something that we're at a town meeting right now saying, okay, Article 8, it tells you exactly what they want to do. So we have no information other than the fact that the selectmen have taken this article and put it on this warrant article for us to say, okay. So now if we want to get the applicant into the room and we decide as a planning board that maybe this isn't what the town wants, the lawyers are going to eat us alive because we're at a town meeting saying it's okay to do. So think carefully when you vote this thing tonight. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Moderator, my name is Ivan Usak from the Millers River Watershed Council, and if there is an appropriate time for me to make a few comments at some point, I would very much appreciate that, either now or whenever.
How about right after this person right here? Can you go, please?
Thank you.
Rachel Herman, Pleasant Street. Mr. Moderator, Article 8, as written, is an invitation to polluters who would just bring toxic waste to Templeton and move on, just like the previous tenants of Temple Stewart. It's an invitation to cancer, birth defects, environmental destruction, an invitation to dishonest corporations who hide a dirty, solid waste incineration business by calling it recycling. Article 8 opens the door to stress on the town electric and water supply and other infrastructure by burning and cooling 300 tons of plastic a day. It poses substantial risk of fire and explosion, toxic gases, tank cars full of flammable oil, not unlike what happened in East Palestine, Ohio last year. Diesel fumes, noise would contaminate the air due to the rail transport of hundreds of tons of waste, both in and out every day, including a flammable product that they would want to make into fuel, which is the main purpose of pyrolysis and so-called advanced recycling. It may be true that more taxes would be collected if a very expensive building was put there on that property, but homes and businesses' value would also fall precipitously. It's not worth it. A resident's or a firefighter's life, inflicting illness on ourselves or future residents of Templeton, no amount of tax is going to make that okay or bring back the dead.
Okay. All right. I believe Mr. Henshaw asked you to speak, sir. If you'd like to speak now.
Mr. Moderator, I believe a non-resident has to be boarded to speak at town meeting.
Can't hear you.
I don't think so, right?
Point of order, I believe non-residents have to be voted to be able to speak at town meeting.
1 second.
Mr. Moderator, I make the motion, we let him speak.
I'll second.
Second. Okay. All in favor to let the gentleman speak, say yes. Okay. All opposed?
Thank you.
John.
Okay. You may speak, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good people of Templeton. I'll try to be very brief in my remarks. The Watershed Council has the goal and mission of promoting and protecting the health of the Millers River watershed, its many communities and their inhabitants, human and non-human. Since I've been with the Watershed Council since 2005, the Watershed Council has conducted water monitoring with Templeton volunteers on the Otter River. We've created a series of recreational blue trails on the Otter River, and for the last few years we have fought to protect the drinking water wells of Templeton and Gardner from the proposed expansion of the Gardner sludge landfill. I have worked as an environmental analyst for 40 years. I have a master's degree in environmental sciences. I was trained as an environmental toxicologist. Environmental toxicology is the science of poisons and how they affect public health and the environment. I spent several years in New York City managing the hazardous waste program from hundreds of facilities in New York City. Based on that experience and after reviewing the technical literature on plastics recycling, I wish to bring serious public health and environmental concerns to your attention. This is all on one page. First off, and most important, I'd like to quote briefly from an April 2024 paper, hot off the press, by the Center for Climate Integrity. You can go to their website, climateintegrity.org, called The Fraud of Advanced Recycling. Quote, positioned as the plastics industry's latest solution to the plastic waste crisis, so-called advanced recycling or chemical recycling is an industry catch-all term for a variety of processes, including pyrolysis and gasification, intended to break a polymer down into basic chemical essential elements. Contrary to industry representations, advanced recycling is not advanced. It relies on decades-old technology, never viably proven at scale. Further, it is not recycling. It does not meaningfully keep plastic in the production cycle and does not satisfy the definition of recycling as established by the U.S. EPA. To support these claims, the October 2023 very recent report, Chemical Recycling, A Dangerous Deception, produced by Beyond Plastics and the International Plastics Elimination Network, examined the plastic industry's claims that chemical recycling, also known as advanced recycling, will play a significant role in reducing global plastic pollution. The report examines the 11 existing chemical recycling facilities built in the United States as of September of 2023 and exposes a long list of failures, toxic emissions, and dangerous operations. To date, several quote-unquote recycling plants have been shuttered, and there is little evidence to suggest that even a single plant is currently operation at commercial scale. The report provides detailed case studies of each of these 11 facilities, and in the section called Key Findings from the Case Studies, the report concludes failure is the only constant. I have only one last paragraph. Thank you. Lastly, and again in brief, due to time constraints to honor your meeting, the proposed definitions for addition to this zoning bylaw suggest that all of the resulting products are usable, which is not the case. There is no mention of the hazardous waste generated by these operations. As just one example, one of the facilities that is now shut down, Region X in Tigard, Oregon, was creating 1 ton of hazardous waste for every 3 tons of plastic trash processed. And EPA considers the operation a, quote, large quantity generator of hazardous waste. Good people of Templeton, study up and be on your guard. Do not fall prey to the lure of smooth PR and easy money. It is an illusion, and a dangerous one that will impair the health and well-being of your community. Please vote no on warrant item 8, and thank you for your consideration.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Moderator, Rachel Herman, Pleasant Street. I have 2 pieces of business. Yay. First, I wanted to address the supposition that is contained within the article that this article would do something special by bringing in a independent consultant. I would like to have the attorney answer this question, which is, my understanding as a non-attorney is that the law already allows for that. So there's really no reason to have this article put forward in the first place.
Hold on, shall I give you an answer?
Ryan Holmquist, Town Council. So I do understand that the...
Can you get closer?
I apologize. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Okay. So this article, really, just to take a step back for a minute, it really is about the independent consultant. It's not changing a lot about what's allowed. So the consultant, this is really, and maybe the planning board can speak to this as well, but the intention behind this is really to put these, any company who wants to put one of these in on notice that the town is going to scrutinize it closely. It's going to bring in an independent consultant. It also authorizes the town to collect fees in a special account from the company in order to pay for the independent consultant, which is something that we haven't authorized in other parts of the zoning bylaw. So there is something different there. But again, you know, the point has been made that these facilities are really unprecedented. We don't have a state.
Excuse me, can you stick to the answer to the question, please?
I believe I already answered the question.
Okay, well then we're done.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Moderator, I propose to amend the Article 8.
Okay, do you have that, you want to amend Article 8? Do you have that in writing and signed?
Right here.
All right.
Mr. Moderator, I'd be happy to read my amendment if you like.
What you've given me here is not signed. This has not been signed.
Excuse me?
It hasn't been signed.
Oh, I can sign it. I'm sorry. I didn't want to do it without you seeing me sign it.
Okay.
If it gets voted.
All right, I'm going to ask you to read the changes that you've made to this amendment.
Sure, I'd be happy to, Mr. Moderator. Can we have the beginning of Article 8 up on the screen, please?
Can we go this amendment pretty much covers the entire 10 pages. So I would just go page 1, and what you're taking out and what you're adding in.
Okay. I'm taking out amend the bylaws RE advanced recycling facilities submitted by the select board on behalf of the original warrant article in its entirety. I want to add in amend the bylaws RE prohibit advanced recycling facilities, pyrolysis, gasification, solid waste incineration, and other hazardous use to preserve the health and welfare of our community.
Mr. Moderator, a point of order.
What's your point of order, Tim?
The amended motion was not presented by the Select Board. The amended motion is being presented by the member on the floor. Second part of it, this is a negative motion, and that is not permissible.
A negative motion? Hold on one second.
Based on the word prohibitive, it's a negative motion. That is not permissible.
So just to answer your question, Tim, it's not a negative motion. So just continue. If you could continue reading, please. Please continue reading.
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Can you continue reading this?
Mr. Moderator, can I respond to the comment by the Select Board member?
I'm sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear you.
The Select Board member claims that it's a negative motion and therefore it's not valid. I don't agree with that. At the very bottom of the Article 8, it says, or take any action thereto, related thereto. Or take any other action related thereto.
I'm not arguing. The motion is good. That's why I said to continue reading it.
Thank you. So they were done with page 1, a crossed out original warrant in its entirety. On to page 2. On to page 2, which would be, can you lift up a little more? Right there, number 9. I would cross that all off, remove that, all of that bold print, all of number 9. Moving on to page 3. I would propose amendment that adds B, prohibit the following uses. 1, advanced recycling, pyrolysis, gasification, or solid waste incineration of plastic, tires, or other waste.
Continue.
Continue?
Yeah, just keep going.
Moving on to page 4. More. Under, I'm sorry, can I have that back? The one I just had. Sorry about that. Yes, under section 300-9, again, I move to remove number 9 in its entirety and add in B, prohibit the following uses: number 1, advanced recycling, pyrolysis, gasification, or solid waste incineration of plastic, tires, or other waste. Then on what is my page 6, and that would be, sorry, page 5. Where it says consultant review, I would remove in entirety that section from the version that's been proposed for the meeting. And in its place, I would add in C, consultant review. The planning board may determine the need to retain a consultant technical expert to assist in the review of a site plan at the applicant's expense as provided in the rules promulgated by the planning board pursuant to MGL Chapter 44, Section 53G. And then we're moving on to near the end, because I don't have any other changes until the definitions. In the definitions, section 300-7, I propose that we add into the current language advanced recycling, advanced or chemical recycling/incineration, a process for the conversion of waste plastics into basic hydrocarbon raw materials, feedstocks, chemicals, liquid fuels, waxes, lubricants. Hazardous waste is the next thing I would want to add in there, and the rest is unchanged. Then moving down to advanced recycling, I would say the changes I would make would be to add in the words or chemical recycling facility, and then between the word A and the word facility, I would add solid waste incineration. So it's a solid waste incineration facility. That's what an advanced recycling facility is. Under gasification, I would add the following words: a process through which waste plastics are heated. Then skip down after the word blend stocks, I would add in hazardous waste. And then skip down to after it says raw materials and products. Again, hazardous waste, it would be inserted there. And then the last page, the definition of pyrolysis. At the end, after raw materials and products, I would add the words hazardous waste before the word or fuels. And at the very end of the article, I move to remove the summary that's been put in there. And I move to add in residents' recommendation. Do not allow hazardous use such as advanced recycling, pyrolysis, gasification, or plastic solid waste incineration. It's unacceptable to the risk, the health and safety of any infant, child, or adult, or to expose first responders to avoidable injury or death, the environment and town infrastructure to serious harm. Increased tax revenue is not worth this.
I would need a second on that. Second. Okay, we got a third, okay.
Mr. Moderator, thank you.
You're welcome. I'll open up the floor to discussion on this amended motion. No, I never did. Any questions or comments on this amended motion as read?
I'll go after Bev.
Beverly Bartolomeo, Templeton. Thank you very much for doing that work. And this is a very poorly handled from the word go. You should have had informational meetings. This doesn't fly.
Mr. Moderator? You're going to go, Tim?
Oh, good.
Mr. Moderator? Mike Curry speaking on behalf of the Select Board. I recommend against this amendment as it has not gone through legal. This entire process was brought to the board. Ms. Griffiths really wanted to make sure that we were protecting the community. Through our meetings that we did hold, Town Council said there is nothing out there like this in Massachusetts. It's novel law. We spent a lot of time and resources to be able to come up with the language that you see this evening. I recognize from the planning that the planning board had some reservations about some duplicity of effort. However, rewriting it as it was just presented has not been through legal and likely would not even pass through the district attorney review of this bylaw, and we would be back at square one. I recommend against this.
Go ahead, Tim.
Tim Toth, Gray Road, speaking as a resident, not as a select board member. We've just had a very lively, emotional, and charged discussion on two articles. The one prior to this on our EDIC, promoting businesses in town, and this one trying to prohibit and restrict businesses in town. Make a decision, folks. What side of the seesaw are we riding on?
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Moderator, Rachel Herman, Pleasant Street. I understand that there is an interest in town to promote business, and I think that's a very good thing. Of course, we all need that. However, we need safe business. We need business that's not going to endanger the environment and the lives of the community. I also want to address the comments of Mr. Curry a few moments ago, which I'm sorry to say I did not hear all of them, so please correct me if I didn't hear you correctly. I am hard of hearing, but it seems to me that what he said was completely speculation.
Okay, well, thank you for your comment. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Moderator, John Henshaw, 521 Berry Road. While I admire the attempt to try to recategorize the bylaw that has been presented to us through amendment, I don't think it's fair to this audience or to the process that we just go through that long list of different things we want to change and then hope that it passes legal muster, and then we will be like, okay, we just passed that, now do we pass or reject this next thing? So therefore, I am not in support of this amendment, but I am, and then I would be against the original proposal.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Rebecca Merrill, Dudley Road. So I work as a planner in a different town, and as I read this, so the following uses, by right means that it doesn't have to go to the planning board anymore, it circumvents the planning board, which adding it under this section would mean that the advanced recycling facilities would have to engage consultants, but they wouldn't have to engage the planning board. Therefore, I think this type of business should have to go through the planning board. I'm biased, though. So I would vote to not include this amendment if I were to vote for it later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Steve Castle, 116 Pale Factory Road. I'd like to know from the town council what she thinks of this amendment and whether it would pass legal muster.
Okay, hold on a minute, please.
Ryan Holmquist, Town Council. So the reason that the original article was drafted the way that it was is because having no reference in state law to go on with these kinds of facilities, we thought that it would, as the law is, state law is currently written, it's likely that these facilities would be classified as a solid waste facility, which the town must permit in commercial industrial districts if such a facility is issued a site assignment by DEP. And so this amendment actually says that those kinds of facilities would be prohibited in the same districts that state law would require them to be permitted in. So the reason the original article was drafted the way that it was, the original amendments, was to exercise some modicum of control over such a facility if it is issued a site assignment by DEP as a solid waste facility. That is the narrow situation to which that original article applies. And this amendment may not hold up in the face of that state law that says towns must permit solid waste facilities in commercial industrial districts, which is what this article applies to.
I hope that answered your question. Go ahead, please.
Beverly Bartolomeo, please, to the lawyer from you, through you, we have a bylaw against bringing refuse, garbage. We just redid it a little while ago. Would that stop this from coming in?
You want to answer?
Find the bylaw and read it.
So, but we're supposed to be talking about the amendment. So maybe can we put that question on hold until we discuss the amendment? Because I don't think that question needs to be amended.
So we're actually discussing just this amendment right now, Bev. So we'll circle back to that later, maybe? All right. Are there any more questions or comments on the amendment to Article 8?
Mike Dixon, 465 Patriots Road, Templeton. Color me confused. We've moved far away from the original discussion, and now we have an amendment on it. I don't like the idea of the amendment because there may be a lot of people in our town who would like to be here tonight having input on this discussion who weren't aware we were going to be discussing a specific company that may want to come into the town. And right now, we're trying to finagle the original amendment to make that fit. Now, going back to the original amendment, so I am not in favor of the new amendment, the modified amendment. The second point is, the first part I am totally baffled on. So looking at the header on here, it says that it was submitted by the Select Board on the behalf of the Planning Board. Yet, those two groups are so far apart, I don't know how one could do the other. So I don't think that was a good fit. Then I'm also hearing that this is going to strengthen our hand in dealing with outside agencies, and I'm also hearing it's going to weaken our hand on outside agencies, and I'm also hearing the planning board doesn't care what you do because they're going to start from scratch on their own. So I don't understand where we're going with this. Mr. Moderator, to the Select Board, What was the purpose? It comes down to intent. What was the intent of this meant to do? Is it meant to strengthen our hand? Because if so, there are people who say it's not going to do that.
The thing is, right now, we're actually talking about this amended motion.
I know, and I am not in favor of the amended motion, and I'm not in favor of the original motion.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions or comments?
Terry Griffiths, 12 Drury Lane. We'll have no teeth if we don't vote on the original. I would move to vote on the original as a resident and continue to work on it through fall town meeting, or start, taking more information or more suggestions from other residents on this issue. It's unprecedented, and we need to do something, and the original article was passed muster by our town council, and it was worked on by other residents as well. They had input in the language. And to address Ms. Bartolomeo, the
Again, though,
original...
we're discussing this amended motion.
So
right now. We're not discussing
I'm not
the
in
main.
favor. I'm in favor of the original, and Ms. Bartolomeo's point was that our original bylaw to keep trash out doesn't mention plastic feedstock, which is... There you go.
Okay. Any more questions or comments on the amended motion? Okay, we're going to go to vote on the amended motion on Article 8. So if this passes, these changes will be part of Article 8. If it fails, we will go back to the original Article 8 that's in your voter guides, just so everyone's very clear on that. All right, all in favor of passing this amended motion, say yes. All opposed, say no. No. Okay, so the amended motion failed at 8:26. Okay, we're back to Article 8 as presented to you. Go ahead, sir.
John Thomas, Cross Road. I think, is it on? No.
No switch, just talk, they'll catch up to you.
John Thomas, Cross Road. I think we can all agree that we want a healthy environment and a nice town. But I'm very confused about what this article does, to echo what Mr. Dixon was saying. I thought that it was being proposed to provide additional safeguards to protect our environment. But then I heard the man from the Water Commission, or the
Watershed Council.
Okay, say vote no on this article. So if the Water Association is trying to protect our environment, why would we be voting no? I'm very confused, and I'd like to know, does this provide additional safeguards to our town against environmental hazards or not? I've heard both sides of it, and I've heard someone speak from planning saying that because it's by right, this actually makes it easier. So I don't know enough of it, and I don't know whether the select board can answer or whether town council, but simply, does this protect us more by voting yes or not?
Okay, does anyone have an answer to that question? You want to speak to it? All right, town council can speak to that, sir.
Ryan Holmquist, Town Council. This article doesn't allow the town to prohibit these facilities. It applies only in a situation where the state would have cited such a facility in the town already. So they would have had state permission. That would be step one. This DEP would have said this facility is cited in the town of Templeton. So the town would not have the power to prevent that from happening. What this article does is, in a situation where the state has said this facility can be cited here, it gives the town a modicum of control via site plan review to hire a consultant that can help it design conditions, with the level of technical expertise that's required for this new technology, puts incoming companies on notice that that's going to be a requirement. So again, it doesn't move the needle as far as it's allowed in town, it's not allowed in town. It just is an effort to give the town as much control over the process and in advance sort of set the process that the town is going to use to review these facilities if it is ever cited in town by DEP.
So that's a yes, it provides additional security.
Go ahead, please.
Robert May, 137 Shady Lane. I just wanted to read something here that I saw and I thought was very relevant. The EPA will continue to regulate pyrolysis in a category of small waste combustion units and industrial waste incinerators, reversing a proposal of 2020 about advanced recycling, calling it advanced recycling. So my concern is, in this, the EPA is saying not even advanced recycling, okay? This isn't a thing, this is a change of words to try and turn it into an economic issue rather than an environmental issue because it's toxic hell is what I'm just, that's that. And on the flip side, I forgot what I was going to say.
Okay.
It happens.
Go ahead, please.
Rebecca Merrill, 117 Dudley. Thank you for that clarification. So I do see that here it says, it only says advanced recycling facilities issued site assignment by Massachusetts. So with that clarification, can I propose that we vote on it?
So are you moving the question?
Yes, I move that we vote.
All right. Hold on. Yes, go ahead, please.
Stacy Curry, Hubbardston Road. So I think we should have real clarification on this before we vote on it. To go back to what town council said, if the state wants to say a company that we don't want can come to this town, the state can say it. We don't want it. We don't want pollution in this town. We don't want toxic waste in this town. Nobody does. We live here. But if the state says a company like that can come here, what this proposes is the town has a little more control to be able to say, we're going to get experts in, and we're not really game for this. And so what it does is it lets these companies know Templeton's not real friendly. They're not stupid. They're going to hire experts. And so perhaps these companies will not want to come here. Can I ask town council, am I correct in that?
So the answer is yes, with the extra restrictions, it does make us look less attractive to some businesses. I mean, how much less, who really knows, but it's at least an attempt at telling them, you're going to have to follow certain things.
Okay, so if they were going to look at a town where they didn't have any restrictions, or a town that was not going to hire experts, that might seem more friendly to them than a town that is going to hire experts. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair. That's a fair statement, yes.
Okay.
So it's something extra. I don't know what that was. It's something extra that we're trying to do with this article, I believe, and other towns don't have it. I mean, I think it was spoken about that this is it's almost unprecedented because there's nothing been done like this yet.
Okay. Can I ask?
Moderator, point of order. You had a motion on the floor to move the question by a young lady, yet we're still discussing. I think we're supposed to act on that.
No, well, she didn't actually give me she didn't actually.
That wasn't a motion?
She did. So, all right. So,
Can I ask one more thing?
yeah, go ahead.
So I just heard some folks saying, well, does this bypass the planning board? But I think it's really important that we're very clear. I don't think it says it bypasses the planning board, but if we could be clear, does this bypass the planning board? I think that's important for people to know. Like, we should be clear on if we're going to eventually vote on this at some point.
Okay, well, town council is saying it does not bypass the planning board.
Pardon?
Town council is telling me that it does not bypass the planning board.
That's important to know, right? Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Sean Hamilton, 538 Berry Road. So does the planning board have the right now to hire a consultant to investigate this without this bylaw?
They don't. Hold on. Did you hear that? So, if you read this bylaw, like I did like 80 times to get it straight.
At least. That's why I'm here, I'm not watching the Celtics.
In it tells you, in this bylaw, it says that the planning board can hire a specialist and that company has to pay for that specialist. Right now, the planning board could hire someone if they needed to. With what we have without this bylaw, they could hire someone, but then we would have to pay for it.
Okay, the second question to that is on number 9, by right it says advanced recycling facilities issued a site of Massachusetts DEP. So what they're saying is, we can't rely on the DEP. The PCBs up there were from the DEP. The river was from the DEP, the multicolored river. The stuff coming out of the stack in Baldwinville was from DEP. They dug up half of Baldwinville already because of PCBs. We don't need another thing like this in town, please.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to request 1 minute to respond directly to the question that has been put on the floor.
We have to vote for that because you're not a resident.
I thought I was already accepted, but I'll accept another vote, please. I'm looking to make a 1-minute statement if possible, please.
I can. All right. You can. You got 1 minute, please.
Okay. The reason why the Millers River Watershed Council has recommended voting no against the original motion is because the language of this motion would add these plastics recycling incineration uses to the list of uses allowed by right in the district. It's on page 12. It's at the very beginning of this warrant.
Right.
If that's the case, then you're basically sending a message saying, yeah, come on in. Oh, no. We want you here in Templeton. I personally think it's pretty clear based on that language, but I understand the confusion, and I hope my comment is helping to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on. I think this gentleman was... You want to go ahead?
Hunter Graves, Queen Lake Road. I'd like to make a motion to move the question.
Second. Case. All right. Not for the, yeah, but we have to vote on the question. Okay, so we're clear. We got a second. He seconded it. So right now, it's move the question. If you vote to move the question, then we will go to vote on Article 8 as it is. So all in favor to move the question and go to vote, say yes. Yes. All opposed, say no. Okay. We are going to go on to vote on Article 8. What time is 8:38 on the move the question. Do you want me to write that down on here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. 8:38. Okay, so we're going to vote on Article 8 as it is. It is a 2/3 vote. I know it doesn't say that on the on it, but it is a 2/3 vote to pass. So we're going to try a voice vote first, and then we'll probably have to go to a hand vote, but I'm willing to give it a shot. All in favor of Article 8, say yes. Yes. All opposed, say no. No. Okay. I'm going to call that a fail.
Yeah, I think I will. No.
So I'm going to call Article 8 failed at 8:39.
That's right.
Almost ended up.
Thank you.
Okay, on to Article 9.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, Article 9, amend the bylaws, Advisory Committee. Submitted by the Select Board on behalf of the Advisory Committee. Majority vote required. I move to amend Section 9(6) of the bylaws as follows. The Advisory Committee shall meet jointly with the Select Board whenever there is a request to consider adjusting spending limits on any revolving fund, to adding the word "and" any year of financial transfer, period, and striking the words "or any request of transfer from the Town Reserve Fund."
See you later.
Second, thank you.
The Advisory Committee is in favor of this article, 4-1.
Okay, any questions or comments on Article 9? Questions, comments on Article 9? All right, we're going to go to vote on Article 9. All in favor, say yes. Yes. All opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, that article passed at 8:41.
Well, that's why I did.
Article 10, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 10, I move to amend Section 9-7 of the bylaws as follows. A, there is hereby authorized a capital improvements committee to be composed of 5 members as follows. 1 from the Select Board, 1 from the Advisory Committee, 2 from the community at large to be appointed by the Select Board, and the Town Treasurer, Collector, or Designee. Everything else is pretty much the same, so I would stop there.
Second, thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee, we are in favor of this article, again, 4-1.
Okay, I'd like to open up the floor to questions and comments. Go ahead, please.
Liz Toth, Gray Road. Could somebody explain to me why we need a designee? We have a town treasurer collector. Why can't that person just do their job? Why do we need a designee?
Someone have an answer?
That's if Cheryl can't make the meetings, she can
That's a
appoint
name, please.
Oh, Terry Griffiths, Select Board. That's to allow for Danielle, her assistant, to attend the meetings if she's not able.
Okay.
Any more questions or comments on Article 10? Go ahead, please.
Hello, Justice Graves, Queen Lake Road, and I'm chairman of the Capital Improvements Committee. The Capital Improvements Committee initially discussed this back at our meetings last fall in 2023 and put this forward. There wasn't really one general comment as to why, but the discussion that we had surrounded the consistency within the language of the bylaw. If you look at Section B, the ex officio member of the town administrator or the designee, that also states that there is a designee for that officer of the town as well at their selection. And of course, that amendment to that first part A with the treasurer collector also allows that individual of the town to have a designee. Other comments that were made during that surrounded, of course, that professional staff have the ability to have that and have other responsibilities above and beyond that can take their time away from certain duties. And so individuals with financial knowledge on the committee, but also allows for that flexibility. Those are some of the general comments, but again, the committee discussed that and recommended that unanimously forward. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions or comments on Article 10? Go ahead, please.
Diane Haley, 27 Pleasant Street, Baldwinville. I'm sorry, I don't know if I heard that. So you want to have a designee because the town treasurer or collector has other duties above and beyond and doesn't have time to do this? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there...
Yeah, you have an answer for that?
Yep.
Go ahead, please.
I am saying there was no specific comment, but there were many comments made by the committee in deciding that. And yes, the same reasoning for why the town administrator has a designee would reasonably apply to another financial officer of the town. That was one of the comments, but again, there's nothing more specific than that. Does that help, Mrs. Haley?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have another question. I'm sorry. Does the town administrator normally go to these meetings, or does he appoint a designee?
He appoints a designee.
All right, thanks.
Okay, any more questions or comments on Article 10? All right, we're going to go to vote on Article 10. All in favor of Article 10, say yes. Yes. All opposed, say no. No. Okay, Article 10 passed at 8:46. Article 11, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 11, Baldwinville School Sale, submitted by the Select Board, 2/3 vote required. I move to amend Article 6 of the 2020 Annual Town Meeting to 1. Correct map references by deleting, quote, map 1-4, parcel, 38, or 383, 384, and 385, and a portion of map 1-4, parcel 407, and inserting map 1-4-1, parcels 383, 384, and 385, and lots 407-2 and 407-1, as shown on the approval not required plan dated December 6, 2023, recorded in the Worcester County Register of Deeds at Book 00976, page 34, and 2, by deleting 3.08 plus or minus and inserting in its place 2.46 plus or minus.
Second.
Second, thank you. Advisory?
The advisory, we're in favor of this article.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to open up the floor to questions and comments on Article 11. Questions and comments? Going once, twice? All right, we're going to move to vote on Article 11. All in favor, say yes. Yes. All opposed, say no. No. Okay, that article passed with a 2/3 vote at 8:47. Article 12, please. 12, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 12, Funding of the Community Preservation Accounts, submitted by the Select Board on behalf of the Community Preservation Committee. Majority vote required. I move to appropriate the sum of $465,000 and no cents to the several accounts of the Community Preservation Committee as recommended by the Community Preservation Committee as follows. Administrative account, $23,250, 5% of their total. Historic Resources Reserve, $46,500, 10% of their total. Community Housing Reserve, $46,500, 10% of their total. Open Space and Recreation Reserve, $46,500, 10% of the total. General Reserve, $302,250, which is 65% of the total, for a grand total of $465,000 even and no cents, 100% of their total. and to meet the said appropriation by transfer from the community preservation annual revenues, which include the amounts to be collected as a surcharge on real property and the November 2024 state match for CPC permissible expenses.
Seconded.
Second, thank you, Advisory.
Advisory Committee are in favor of this article.
Okay, I'll open up the floor to Article 12. Any questions or comments?
I just want to know,
Name and street.
Sorry, Diane Haley, 27 Pleasant Street. I just want to know, and I'm only going to ask this once, there are several CPA articles. I want to know how much money will be left after all these are done.
Does anyone have an answer to that?
Okay, John Henshaw, 521 Berry Road. I'm the chairperson of the Community Preservation Committee. So the $465,000 appropriation, which would come from the, the annual intake from the surcharge and the match, in addition, would be available in addition to our current balances that are uncommitted of $300,000. That puts us at $765,000 with the actual appropriations proposed for this year of the 331 plus the 5,500 plus the 50,000 is like $387,000. So we would anticipate having $400,000 in uncommitted and available funds if everything is approved tonight.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments on Article 12? Okay, going once, going twice. We're going to go to vote on Article 12. All in favor, say yes. Yes. All opposed, say no. Okay, Article 12 passed at 8:51. Article 13.
Mr. Moderator, Article 13, CPA funding for the Grange Hall project, submitted by the Select Board on behalf of the Community Preservation Committee. Majority vote required. I move to appropriate the sum of $50,000 and no cents for the below-mentioned project as follows. Narragansett Historical Society, $50,000, ADA lift access at the Grange Hall. CPA funding source is $50,000 undesignated.
Seconded.
Advisory?
Advisory, we're in favor of this article.
Okay, any questions or comments on Article 13? Okay, going once, going twice. We're going to go to vote on Article 13. All in favor? Say yes. Yes. Okay, all opposed, say no. Okay, Article 13 passed unanimously at 8:52. Article 14, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 14, CPA funding for the First Church project, submitted by the Select Board on behalf of the Community Preservation Committee. Majority vote required. I move to appropriate the sum of $331,700 and no cents for the below-mentioned project as follows. First Church of Templeton, the amount of $331,700. Purpose, historic exterior renovation. CPC fund source is $331,700 undesignated.
Advisory?
Advisory, we're in favor of this article.
Okay, open the floor up to questions and comments on Article 14. Okay, any questions or comments on Article 14? Going once, going twice. We're going to go to vote on Article 14. All in favor, say yes. Yes. All opposed, say no. Okay, Article 14 passed at 8:53 unanimously. Thank you. Article 15, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 15, CPA funding for emergency management building engineering design, Phase 1. Submitted by the Select Board on behalf of the Community Preservation Committee. Majority vote required. I move to appropriate the sum of $5,500 and no cents for the below-mentioned project as follows. Item to expend Templeton Emergency Management, CERT. Amount, $5,500 and no cents. Purpose, building engineering plans, Phase 1. CPA funding source, $5,500, historic resources.
Second.
Okay, advisory?
The advisory committee, we're in favor of this article. It was a 3-2 vote, 3-2.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to open the floor up to Article 15 on any questions or comments on Article 15. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Robert May, 137 Shady Lane. I guess first I'd ask, could we get the reasons for the 2 no votes on advisory?
I don't see why not. Can advisory comment on the 2 no votes?
Mr. Moderator, stand by.
Jeffrey Bennett, 77 Partridgeville Road. I voted no on a recommendation for this because I have questions on what is the end game or the goal for this amount of money. We had previously, town meeting had voted $9,000 for a study to include architectural specifications, estimates, and plan for emergency management building. And now this money we seek funding for an engineering study. I would like to know what the goal is. Is it to protect and bring the outside of the building back to its original condition and leave the inside alone, or to completely rehab the inside of the building, which its location, trying to back a trailer or a truck out of there, it's right on 202. I think we should consider spending some money on looking for a location and building a brand-new fire, ambulance, and EMD building complete. It would make more sense to me, is why I voted no as a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
The second no, stand by.
Jacqueline Macumber, 26 Sandy Pine Road. I also voted no because I'm in agreement with Jeff. I think that we should be looking elsewhere to make a bigger building that would be more appropriate rather than trying to jam something in another tight, small space.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did that answer your question?
Thank you very much. Now, if I may make a comment. I fully agree that I believe we should look for a different means to accomplish this task along with fire. So I disagree with this because, like I asked at pre-town, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, please, Adam, but I believe when asked, the response was 3.2 million, around 3 million was the end cost of this project, and that we don't have the funds. And even if it came from CPC, it's 9 years worth of funding straight from CPC, I believe. John, you could clarify that. So we're starting down the road of another nightmarish, never-ending project that we can't afford to do this way. It would make more sense to me to stop doing this kind of stuff, rebuilding the old and wondering why we have nothing new, and to plan, which I know is a 4-letter word in Templeton, But to put a building, a structure, possibly at the DPW, so that it's very centrally located for fire and ambulance, so that we actually have ALS service throughout town rather than in Baldwinville alone and having BLS service, and then we have the offices out in East Templeton. We have offices coming for the first 6 or 7 minutes. So could we please not just keep putting money on things because somebody brought it to a meeting and somebody said yes? Can we do something with a plan rather than just out of the pocket? Because this was never brought before anybody. This was, I believe, a member of a committee bringing it to CPC and then bringing it, here. We got to stop doing that. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Go ahead, please, sir.
John Henshaw, 521 Berry Road, and I can speak to what the $5,500 plan was to take what had been the outcome of that engineering design study to prepare it to figure out what a bid package would be to do the phase 1 of the scenario proposed within that. So the question as to whether that's what you want for your future, complex or whatever is separate from that. But for the CPC, the rehabilitation of the historic structure, part of the other comments were to restore the fire station to its original appearance, and the fact that MEMA is in there, that was what was evaluated in the study. That would get us to one step forward, to closer to that. The projected costs would not all be CPC eligible, because only the historic rehabilitation of the existing structure would be permitted through CPC. So that's for the $5,500.
Go ahead, please.
Hey, Liz Toth, 141 Gray Road. So I think we need to look at this from two different angles. The first is rehabilitation of a historic building and what that building is actually used for. And I think the comments about it, being continue being used for CERT or something else for fire, I think is a separate conversation. Maintaining and just the building as a historical building and using it for something else is really where this conversation should be. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, Mike Dixon, 465 Patriots Road, Templeton, Mass. I'm the Deputy Director of Emergency Management, as well as the CERT Director. To clarify a few things, the building is not the CERT building. The building is the Emergency Management Building, which is a department within the town of Templeton. CERT is not a department within the town of Templeton. You're right, there was an engineering study done. This is a result of that engineering study. The recommendation in the engineering study was for a 3-phase approach. They call this phase 1, which is eaves up. So that would be all the roof, the chimney, replacement windows on the 2nd floor, insulation, some woodworking, and that type of thing. Originally, we were going to go for the money to try to complete phase 1, but there were a lot of large projects already on the CPC budget. We thought better of that. What we did put in for, the $5,500, is for engineering drawings, materials lists, electrical requirements, plumbing requirements, all that type of thing, so that if the town did see fit to move forward, which would have to come before this body again, we would have the necessary information to move forward for a quote. We could put it out to bid, in other words. Right now, we have no hard and fast information. We have no hard and fast costs. We have estimates, is all we have. So we wanted to start with the basics and get our drawings and our materials lists and find out what it would cost. Now, we've had this, I'm also on the Historical Commission. This building is the first building on Elm Street within the Baldwinville Historic District, Baldwinville Village Historic District. I correct myself. And it's a registered building, both federal and with the state historical commissions. It's a classic old building. It's been around since the early 1900s. Don't hold me to this, but I think it was 1909, 1908. Okay. And the building is sound, we know that. The wiring is shot, the plumbing needs to be replaced, but we decided that we would try to move ahead with this process with the permission of the town meeting because we don't see anything else on the horizon. I hear a lot of talk, and it's just talk, about a new public safety building, and perhaps that would be better. I agree. But I don't know that that's anywhere on the immediate horizon to suit our needs. We're going to have the building open Memorial Day. Please come over and see all the equipment that we have got in the name of the town. Very modern equipment for handling all kinds of crises. So we have to have a place to store it. It has to be watertight. I worked in carpentry a long time. You always talk about boots and shoes. You got to make sure your roof is sound, keeps everything safe, dry. So I would really request that this body approve this amount of money for an engineering study. Drawings.
Go ahead, please.
Beverly Bartolomeo, South Road, Templeton. Do you know that they neglected to tell you during the 38 flood, the front corner of the building actually washed away? So we have our emergency management in a flood zone. You have Depot Pond up on the hill behind that house. That dam is no good. So I would say no. Fix the roof. Maybe somebody can make a restaurant out of the place. We need a building centrally located. Otter River had a fire alarm today. I went to the Onion. I told you that. It took them too long to get there. You need people where you need them. So they don't have to wait if you're halfway across, if you're all the way across town. I live 3.5 miles. I'm almost on the Hubbardston line. It just doesn't matter. We took that police station, was nothing but a crummy cinder block building that a chicken coop could have been in, and we tried to make it a police station. That's cost us a fortune, and it's not done yet. Yeah, if you want a building, and if you start managing the money in this town, there's enough people and there's enough tax dollars to do it. But if we take money and we keep dumping it in these damn old buildings, and what we end up with is an old building, we don't ever get better. You know, I ain't gonna be here. You will be. You young kids, thank you for coming tonight. You know, that's a big deal. This is your town. But you have to be smart. And sometimes we're not all that smart. It's Templeton.
Oh, my God.
Go ahead, please.
Diane Haley, 27 Pleasant Street. Years ago, there was talk of a safety complex. And actually, the talk of it was right off of Route 2, where across from where the new car place is, not quite across. And that didn't come to fruition. So where else is it going to go? So we need to take care of this. I know what you're talking about, Beverly, but that's not. So what I'm saying is it would take, and it was going to cost a lot of money. And you can get grants and you can get other things, but some of it would go on your taxes. And we're not talking $1 million, we're talking more than that. So think about that when you vote on this article.
Okay, any more questions or comments on Article 15? Going once, going twice. I'm going to go to vote on Article 15. All in favor say yes? Yes. All opposed say no? No. Okay, Article 15 passed at 9:08. Article 16, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 16, Templeton Scholarship Fund, submitted by the Select Board for the Templeton Scholarship Committee. Majority vote required. I move to raise and appropriate the sum of $4,000 and no cents to the Templeton Scholarship Fund to be expended by the Templeton Scholarship Committee for the purpose of awarding scholarships to eligible applicants from the town of Templeton.
Seconded.
Advisory?
Advisory Committee, we're in favor of this article.
Okay, open up the floor to questions and comments on Article 16. Okay, any questions or comments on Article 16? Going once, going twice. We're going to go to vote on Article 16. All in favor say yes. Yes. All opposed say no. No. Okay, Article 16 passed at 9:09. Article 17, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 17, Property Valuation Account, submitted by the Select Board on behalf of the Board of Assessors. Majority vote required. I move to raise and appropriate $22,500 and no cents from the FY25 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the Board of Assessors for full valuation, interim statistical updates, cyclical inspections, and the purchase of supportive upgrades.
Thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends a no vote on this article. It was 4-1. Again, no vote.
Okay, thank you. I'll open up the floor to questions and comments on Article 17. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Moderator, Jeff Bennett, 77 Partridgeville Road. I would just like town meeting to be aware of, according to special article report from the town accountant, from fiscal 2019, 20, 21, 22, 23, and fiscal 24, there is a total of $109,037.69 on the books for articles each of those fiscal years for the reval for assessors. And I understand fiscal 25 is a full reval year, and according to the information on the town website, there was a bid put out, and the results was, it's dated December 7th, 2023, in the amount of $39,500. So there's $40,000 out of that 109 that's already on the books. I don't see the need to add more money to that fund right now. And it's sometimes a question of why that's not included in their annual general fund budget rather than an article on the side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Justice Graves, Queen Lake Road, speaking as the Deputy Assessor. So to speak to Mr. Bennett's point, if I may, Mr. Moderator, yes, if you do look at the latest BVA from the town accountant, you will see 5 accounts totaling as of the end of March, 109 just over $109,000. I can tell you that in terms of the bid award for Vision Government Solutions, yes, that came in at $39,500. However, there are other contracts and other requirements that the DOR has us do. For example, we do have, and it didn't need to be put out to bid, in talking with the procurement officer, who is the town administrator, for $16,000 for our personal property revaluation. These funds are also used to cover other unexpected events that happen with regards to what the Department of Revenue requires us to do in order to ensure fair cash valuation or full and fair cash value for all your property values, which I know is just so fun to talk about. So ultimately what I will say is there are a few other items. I can tell you that several vendor warrants or expenses have come through, and that amount has come down to probably about $104,000 right now. I don't have my spreadsheet in front of me, but we do have some expenses that have already happened. And I can tell you that in terms of this article, this is more looking towards FY 2030's reval. The reason why it's done like this and not included in the assessor's general fund is because One, we spread it out over several years so that we don't come up to you as the townsfolk and say, hey, we need this much amount of money, let's say $70,000, $80,000, $100,000 in a single year, and affect the general operations of the government in order to balance the budget. That's one reason why we do it. The second reason why is because we cannot get certification from the state at various stages unless we have the funding ahead of time. We were able to submit our work plan and get it approved this year because first question the Department of Revenue asks, do you have adequate funding? And we have adequate funding, so I could say yes for our current situation that we're in with our current revaluation. I'll have to say, or whoever is on the Board of Assessors or Deputy Assessor at that time will have to talk to the Department of Revenue and show them if we have adequate funding or not at that point. In terms of, will this affect the current reval? Like I just said, no. Town Meeting 4 certainly can vote how it will on this, and of course you will. I think that's going to be my last point unless somebody else has any other questions or needs a clarification, if that would be okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions or comments on Article 17? Okay, going once, going twice. We're going to go to vote on Article 17. All in favor say yes. Yes. All opposed say no. No. Okay, Article 17 passed at 9:15. Article 18, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 18, FY 2025 Sewer Department Operating Budget, submitted by the Select Board on behalf of the Sewer Commission, majority vote required. I move to appropriate the sum of $1,479,886.00 to operate the sewer department for fiscal year 2025, and to meet said appropriation by a transfer of $20,225.00 from the certified retained earnings of the sewer fund, and the balance from the receipts and revenues to be collected on behalf of the sewer department for said fiscal year.
Seconded.
Thank you. Advisory?
Advisory Committee, we're in favor of this article.
Okay, Article 18, I'm going to open the floor up to any questions or comments. Questions or comments on Article 18? Going once, going twice? Okay, we're going to go to vote on Article 18. All in favor say yes. Yes. All opposed say no. Okay, Article 18 passed unanimously at 9:16. Article 19.
Mr. Moderator, Article 19, FY 2025 Cable Department Operating Budget. I move to appropriate the sum of $235,455.00 to operate the cable department for fiscal year 2025, and to meet said appropriation by a transfer of $110,455.00 from the certified retained earnings of the cable fund, and the balance from the receipts and revenues to be collected on behalf of the cable department for said fiscal year.
Second.
Thank you. Advisory?
Advisory Committee, we're in favor of this article.
Okay. Any questions or comments on Article 19? Questions or comments on Article 19? Going once, going twice. We're going to go to vote on Article 19. All in favor say yes. Yes. All opposed say no. Okay, Article 19 passed at 9:18 unanimously. Article 20, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 20, set the salaries of elected town officials. submitted by the Select Board, majority vote required. I move in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 41, subsection 108, to fix or maintain the salaries of certain elected officials for fiscal year 2025 as follows. Town Clerk, $77,515. Select Board, each $37.50. Moderator, $500. Water Commissioner, each $25.50. Sewer Commissioner, each $3,000. Light Commissioner, each $25.50.
Second.
Thank you. Advisor?
Advisor, we're in favor of this article.
Okay. I'd like to open the floor. Questions and comments on Article 20? Go ahead, please.
Diane Haley, 27 Pleasant Street. It states where the, obviously, water commissioner, sewer commissioner, and light commissioner funds are coming from, but the town clerk, the select board, and the moderator, where are those funds coming from?
The regular operating budget. Regular operating budget.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Any more questions or comments on Article 20? Going once, going twice. We'll go to vote on Article 20. All in favor say yes. Yes. All opposed say no. Okay, Article 20 passed unanimously at 9:19. Article 21, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 21, funding for ambulance department operations. I move to transfer $482,500 from the fire department ambulance receipts reserved for appropriation to be spent by the fire chief to pay for the operation of the ambulance service within the fire department during fiscal 2025, with any unexpended monies in the ambulance budget being returned to the receipts reserved for appropriation account, and with any unexpended balances in the receipts reserved for appropriation account being carried forward to the subsequent fiscal year.
Thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee, we voted for this article 4-0 with one present.
Okay. I'd like to open up the floor to questions, comments on Article 21. Okay, any questions or comments on Article 21? Go ahead, please.
Robert May, 137 Shady Lane. Could we please get a number from the accountant through you on what the revenue received so far year to date is for the ambulance?
On a very small piece of paper, $447,523.12.
That's today?
Correct.
Thank you. And this number, this 482,500, does not include an ambulance payment, is that correct?
Does anybody have an answer on that?
Ambulance is paid off.
Sure, but we have two, and we have a program to replace them. And it was, every 10 years, they were supposed to be replaced. And we have a 2014 ambulance.
I'm just answering your question.
I know, and I'm just following up. I'm not
Okay.
talking to you necessarily, I'm just following up with the question.
Okay.
This is my time, I just had asked you a question. So, we aren't buying an ambulance, I guess, and we seem to be just about spending all the money. You know, this is why that plan is a four-letter word. You know, we have with the cruises, we have a 6-car replacement program.
Point of order. Can we move on?
Saying somebody didn't do their job.
What was that? Yeah, no kidding, it's getting old.
Yes, I know.
So, Mike Ray, Select Board Chair. In the fund sitting there today is $987,805.62.
Right. And we have stabilization, too.
Okay, any more questions or comments on Article 21? Going once, going twice, we're going to go to vote on Article 21. All in favor, say yes. Yes. All opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, Article 21 passed at 9:24.
Yep, we'll figure it out when you get a bill for it, $557.
Article 22, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 22, FY 2025 General Fund Operating, or as known as OpEx Budget, submitted by the Select Board, majority vote required. I move to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,871,090.00 for the operations of general government for the fiscal year 2025. The breakout is in the voter's guide.
Advisory?
Advisory Committee, we're in favor of this article. It was voted 4-1.
Okay. Open the floor up to questions and comments on Article 22. Go ahead, please.
Moderator, Jeff Bennett, 77 Partridgeville Road. I have a question concerning the revenue. Since I believe there's a state law where a balanced budget must be presented, the revenue has to equal or greater than the expenses. And in the revenue sheet that is in the fiscal 25 budget book and is shown online, it shows dispatch with Phillipston, and it has $70,000 written in, yet on the town website, under contracts and agreements, there is a intermunicipal agreement with Phillipston for dispatch service that was approved by the Board of Selectmen in January 2024, and it shows Phillipston will pay $50,000 per year for the next 3 years. So my concern is, we have an agreement that says 50, but we're writing in 70,000 in the revenue sheet. Can I get clarification on that from the town administrator?
Yeah, that's a good question. Do we have any, can Adam answer that? Someone?
Okay. Mike Curry, Select Board Chair.
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator, I asked for clarification of the town administrator, the person who prepares the budget.
Pass the mic, thank you.
Pass the mic, Jeff.
Adam Lamontagne, Town Administrator. So 70,000, it's listed for dispatch with Phillipston, right? So you take $50,000 from Phillipston, and then you add another 20 from the 911, transfer it to the general fund, that equals $70,000. The chief's here, and he could, if you have any further questions, I'm going to relay them to the chief.
My further question is, it does not state that in the revenue sheet. Nowhere does it state 911 grant $20,000. So we're also funding the general fund budget with grant money. Again, transparency in government, you would have $50,000 from Phillipston and $20,000 from the E911 grant. But that's not what it shows. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Robert May, 137 Shady Lane. I'd like an explanation from the town administrator as to a follow-up from last year's town meeting when we were asked to put $97,500 aside for the first year's payment on a tanker truck. And this year, there is no tanker truck revenue or tanker truck expense or tanker truck payment.
Mr. Moderator, point of order.
This is the budget.
Yes.
I know you didn't look at it, but this is it. Okay? So we have no payment for this entire year that was a carryover of an old payment. So that old payment that was, built into the budget, we carried it on, but now it's just revenue, apparently. So I'd like an explanation on that from the town administrator. Yeah, I know.
On the way.
Yeah.
Adam Lamontagne, Town Administrator. Mr. Moderator, if I may.
Yes, please.
So town meeting voted for the first year for it to come out of free cash. So it won't be in this budget because the payment comes in July, and then it'll be in the fiscal year 2026 budget.
So you just ordered it?
The fire chief has put it in the order.
Oh, so a year late.
All right. Go ahead, please.
Diane Haley, 27 Pleasant Street. Okay, I just want to be clear on where I'm at here. Okay, so it's my understanding, and I want to be clear because I spoke with the town administrator today, that if we vote this $10 million and we vote the school budget, I know it's another article, we will have to make cuts to the town of over $500,000. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
That is accurate.
That is accurate?
That is accurate.
All right.
That is a possibility. But as you stated, that is very plainly put, and it is accurate.
And it's using the word possibility, meaning we would possibly come up with over $500,000 somewhere?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
I'm sorry.
Say it again. Repeat.
We would, using the word possibility, we would come up with $500,000 somewhere? And we wouldn't have to make cuts?
We've got a plan. We're not up to that article yet, though.
This is part of it.
Mr. Moderator, point of order. In town meeting times, Chapter 9, debate, Section 62, decorum in debate. No one is to disturb another during a speech except for a point of order or to a question of privilege. No one is to stand up to interrupt the speaker or pass between the speaker and the moderator. The consequences of a measure may be reprobated in strong terms, but to arraign the motives of the advocates is against order, even though no names are mentioned. Let us please maintain decorum in debate in this room and let the speakers finish their comments.
Did I do something wrong?
No, you're fine. You were interrupted by someone.
All right, well, I'm deaf, so I can't hear, so why I'm wearing the headphones. So I guess I'm just concerned that we vote this now, and we also vote the school budget, like who makes the cuts? We do?
No, we're fine with the 10.8. When we get to the school, there'll be an amendment.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments on Article 22? Okay. Article 22, going once, going twice. We're going to go to vote. All in favor of Article 22, say yes. Yes. All opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, Article 22 passed at 9:33. Article 23, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 23, FY 2025 Police Vehicle. I move to raise and appropriate the sum of $67,730.00 toward a capital purchase as generally illustrated below. Police vehicle, $67,730, and to meet said appropriation by a transfer of $67,730.00 from certified free cash.
Advisory?
The Advisory Committee, we are in favor of this article.
Okay. Questions or comments on Article 23?
Liz Toth, Gray Road. Why is this coming, does it need to be going through certified free cash? I thought the 1% tax, meals tax is where the money was coming from. Or does it have to go through certified cash? I'm confused.
Does anyone have an answer to that question?
So that is where those funds go into, free cash.
Name.
Julie Richards, Select Board.
Thank you.
So those monies that you're referring to go into free cash, and we utilize them from free cash to purchase such things as the police vehicle.
Can I have a follow-up question?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So do we have more than $67,730 coming through from the meals tax?
Yes, they're all just separated out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Gail Noel, Winchester Street. I'd like to amend that to say from meals tax fund.
Okay, let me see what it is. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Gail, do you want to just read your change, or do you want to?
There's nothing different except the last three words.
Okay, so what it is, it's crossed out, certified free cash is crossed out, and it says meal tax fund. That's the amendment. That's the amendment to Article 23. Any questions or comments on the amendment to Article 23?
I still have a question on the article, not...
Sorry, is that signed?
Yes, it's signed. Not my first day.
I just had a question about the article in general. You want me to wait till after?
Yeah, let's see if this passes or not.
Yep.
So any questions on the amended?
Mike Dixon, 465 Patriots Road. From an accounting standpoint, does that work? Does the money have to go from the meals tax into free cash and then take it out of free cash?
That is Kelly Pomprion, Town Accountant. That is correct. You cannot specifically say in an article that it's coming from that particular amount, because that money comes in from the state and it all goes to the general fund. At the end of the year, it flows through to free cash, and it's called free cash now. It can't be called something else. That's how the accounting works.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, one second.
Mr. Moderator, wouldn't the amendment be illegal at that point?
So based on that information, it sounds like this amendment isn't actually legal. So I'll ask you, Gail, do you want to take this amendment back?
Well, Gail Noel, Winchester Street, but I do have a question. If we previously designated all the monies from the meals tax, how is the balance and the receipts being taken care of? I mean, because how are we keeping track of the money from the meals tax? Because we voted for it to come from there. I understand what Kelly's saying, that it has to travel through, but you still got to keep track of it.
Mr. Moderator.
Go ahead, please.
Mike Curry, Chair of Select Board. Gail, I understand you're saying that it was originally sold as meal taxes was tied to a vehicle.
Yes, it was.
I understand that. That's how the meals tax was sold. It is now going to general fund. So in this case, it is a police vehicle that capital asked for it to come out of free cash. So we're not tying it to meals tax. I can't speak to how we moved forward from that. I understand what you're trying to do. We're trying to buy a police vehicle with free cash.
I know, but we're trying to follow through with what we voted on, so the money always goes where it was voted on. So
do you want to take this back? Because it doesn't sound like it's legal, but I do understand your point. Okay, back to Article 23. You have a question or comment?
Mr. Moderator, are we still discussing the amendment?
No, the amendment was withdrawn.
Okay, so Diane Haley, 27 Pleasant Street. So I just want to clear, the meals tax is still going towards a vehicle, correct? Or are you saying because it goes into like free cash now that we're not doing that anymore?
Never did.
Go ahead, please.
Kelly Pomprion, Town Accountant. I just looked up that in fiscal '23, we received in meals tax $77,345.90. So we're using almost all of that meals tax to cover this one cruiser. There is like the $10,000 that is left of meals tax that we're not appropriating because it wasn't the cost of the vehicle.
Okay.
That helps. Do you have a question, sir, or comment?
Yes, Robert May. My question through you to the chief would be, is there a reason why when we buy cruises that we're not buying black and whites anymore?
I see Chief Bennett. Would you like to answer that, sir?
I just personally think they're more visible.
Can't leave you out of the whole thing. Can't leave you out of the whole thing.
Good evening, everyone. Chief Bennett. Why don't we buy black and whites? I don't like them. No, that's not the real reason. It's kind of the reason, but no, we don't buy black and white because when I became chief, if you remember in 2014, we had no money. So we had to be as cheap as possible. Buying a black and white cruiser is actually more money. That's why we go with all black.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions on Article 23? Okay.
The real deal.
No more questions on Article 23. We're going to, oh, we have one. Hold on.
Mike Milner, Shore Drive, 55. One observation, I would like the police cruiser to be a visible police cruiser with white lettering for the name, for the police name. It makes more sense for it to be visible. As a cruiser, black on black, you really can't tell it's a police cruiser for emergency reasons or any other reason. The other thing is that I have a concern about is the appearance, in terms of transparency in government. This taking money into one account, transferring it to another, and then appropriating it for a purpose. You've got $10,000 left over in the meals tax fund. Who knows how that'll be spent because it's been moved to general. So there's no accountability for that $10,000, or even for the entire amount, actually, or at least it appears that way. So the shell game type thing with money, it doesn't help the people of this town to understand how their money is being spent.
Good point.
Mr. Moderator, Jeff Bennett, 77 Partridgeville Road. I would just remind the residents back in 2018, when the meals tax question went in front of town meeting, there was a flyer put out, and it says, "We propose to use funds by creating a capital rolling stock program for police and highway vehicles. Voters will act upon the meals tax funds will be used at town meeting." So we were told, town meeting was told, the meals tax will go to capital stuff. And now it's just in the general fund revenue. And as the gentleman just said, you can't track where that money is going. You can't show it to me because it's all in a pile. Again, it's an issue of transparency and accountability. When you ask for town meeting a question to do something or to provide some funds, you need to follow through. You don't change it without a town meeting vote, but that's what we often get here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on Article 23? Okay, going once, going twice, we'll go to vote. All in favor of Article 23, say yes. Yes. All opposed, say no. Okay, Article 23 passed unanimously at 9:45. Article 24, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 24, FY 2025, Capital and Special Articles, Rolling Stock and Improvements. I move to raise and appropriate the sum of $75,906.00 toward capital purchase and improvements as generally illustrated below. Building and grounds, replacing oil tanks, $29,400, no cents. Fire, bunker coats and pants, FF equipment, $22,500, no cents. Senior Services Wheelchair Accessible Vehicle, town portion of a grant, $16,506, 0 cents. Highway Street Sign Replacement, $7,500, 0 cents. Total $75,906, no cents. And to meet said appropriation by a transfer of $75,906 and no cents from certified free cash.
Advisory?
Advisory, we're in favor of this article.
Okay. Any questions or comments on Article 24? Go ahead, please.
Hello, Graceland Curry, Hubbardston Road. Speaking as the grant writer administrator, I am happy to report that yesterday morning we were awarded through the Community Transit Grant Program that wheelchair accessible vehicle cited in this article. So as long as we approve that cost share tonight, we will be moving forward with that program. Thank you.
Diane Haley, 27 Pleasant Street. So, free cash, not capital account? Why? Is it all going into one pool now? Like, is this what I'm understanding here?
Can anyone answer that question?
Anybody, the board, accountant, I don't know. The town administrator, maybe?
Whoa.
Mike Curry, Chair, Select Board. So every year, the Capital Improvements Committee goes through their process and they make recommendations. And they're given a budget once we go through all of our financial management policies and they get their budget for capital items. This is part of that. So the source of funding for these items that the Capital Improvements Committee reviewed are being funded with their budget of free cash.
So, right, so you go through and you decide what that's how it used to work. You know, you
It's
had
recommended by the
capital
capital
budget,
improvements,
and
yep.
people came before you, and then you decided what you would use your capital budget for.
Correct.
So all those funds have been used up?
Well,
Did I misunderstand?
By the time we're finished this evening, yes.
Next article. Terry Griffiths, Member Select Board, next article,
All right,
capital.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing. So what amount of money is in the capital account? Nothing?
Mr. Moderator, Terry Griffiths, Member Select Board, Diane, next article will clarify capital.
She's saying, are we using all of it?
The next article is CapEx.
After we're finished with our free cash allocation for this year, there will be a remaining balance of $11,000. So everything that has been signified by free cash as the funding source this evening is fully funded by free cash.
So the next article, it comes from capital stabilization, and this article is from free cash.
Yes.
Yes, all of the funding for all of the article that we're discussing right now and future articles are exactly where they say the funding source is coming from.
Did we normally used to use free cash for this kind of stuff?
Yes, 100%.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, any more questions or comments on Article 24? Going once, going twice, so go to vote on Article 24. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, say no. No. Okay, Article 24 passed at 9:50. Article 25, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 25, additional FY 2025 capital and special articles, rolling stock and improvements, submitted by the Select Board, 2/3 vote required. I move to raise and appropriate the sum of $63,916.00 towards a capital purchase and improvements as generally illustrated below. Highway. Road widener attachment purchase with Winchendon, $34,046. Highway MS4 compliance, $20,000. Building and grounds, 7-foot by 16-foot enclosed trailer, $9,870 for a total of $63,916, and to meet said appropriation by a transfer from the CapEx, Capital Stabilization Fund, for the sum of $3,916 and no cents.
They need to restate, you missed a couple lines. Start over, as you said. Yeah. Start over with the first. Right there, start over there.
So total $63,916, and to meet said appropriation by a transfer from the Capital CapEx Stabilization Fund for the sum of $63,916 and no cents.
Second.
Advisory?
Can we read that again, please?
She might have. Let me see what they got. Okay. So What's up there is not what I have. I'm going to point that out. And it's not the same in the book either. It's not.
If I may, Mr. Moderator? Adam Lamontagne, Town Administrator. We just appropriated more from free cash for Article 2. So this is what the free cash was originally, so this is just all coming out of the capital stabilization.
Yeah, advisory?
Advisory, we're in favor of this article.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Liz Toth, 141 Gray Road. So we're purchasing a road widener attachment, purchased with Winchington. So who's taking care of the maintenance? If it breaks, who's taking care of that? Where is it being stored? And, most times when we do something with another community, we end up on the fuzzy end of the lollipop. So I'd like to know what guarantees we have that we're not going to end up in that position this time around. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone have an answer to that question?
Bob Sozik, Director of Public Services. The road winding machine, it's an attachment that goes on front of the existing loader. It enables a truck to back up to it, dump into it, and do several feet of the edge of the road after we pave, shoulder or berm work to fill it in versus days and days with 4 guys that I really don't have at the moment. Staying with it, it'll be shared between both towns. Whatever town uses it first won't be tied up for a long time because it's not going to take long to do the work. If it ends up in Templeton and Winchton don't need it, when they need it, they'll pick it up and bring it to their town, or vice versa. The maintenance will be shared between both towns, just like the brine machine. If something costs $1,000, we'll each pay half. Thank you.
Okay. Did that help answer your question? Go ahead, please.
Robert May, 137 Shady Lane. Question for the town administrator. Why are we not putting the MS4 compliance still in the budget? This has been brought up and mentioned year after year to put into the budget, and it's now being paid by CapEx, and 2 is, do we actually require MS4, or are we actually doing an MS4 certification or whatever, or is this a swamp deal or whatever the thing is? Because when I looked, we were done in 2020.
Can you answer that?
Adam Lamontagne, Town Administrator.
Go ahead, please.
The Director of Public Services and I met over it, and we decided that it's best to have a special article for this. It makes processing much smoother, and therefore we decided to make sure that it came in as a special article. We thought that was the more appropriate route to take, and further, this is something the town needs to comply with because there's federal regulations around MS4.
Go ahead, please.
Liz Toth, 141 Gray Road. How does this make it, processing it easier by putting it on an article as opposed to putting it in the budget? How does it make it easier?
Did you have an answer, please?
The process is the same.
Adam Lamontagne, Town Administrator. So when we process the, let's say the Director of Public Services has an invoice that comes in, it's listed as a special article. So when you get it, you just put down the account number and you process it that way. So if you have some in special articles and some in the budget, it does cause confusion. So it's cleaner just to do them as special articles.
It's a line item in the budget. It's a simple line item. Okay, thank you.
Any more questions on Article 25? Questions or comments on Article 25? Going once, going twice. Two-thirds vote. We'll try a voice one at first. Article 25, all in favor say yes. Yes. All opposed say no.
No.
Okay. Article 25 passed at 9:58. Article 26, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 26, GAAMHA Opioid Services Agreement Payment, submitted by the Select Board, two-thirds vote required. I move to transfer the sum of $7,416.00 from the Opioid Abatement Stabilization Fund to pay the first year of the Town and Templeton agreement with GAAMHA, a nonprofit organization having a principal location at 208 Coleman Street, Gardner, Mass. 01440.
Second.
Advisory Committee is in favor of this article.
Thank you. Questions or comments on Article 26? Okay. Questions or comments on Article 26? Going once, twice. We're going to go to vote, and it is two-thirds required. All in favor say yes. Yes. All opposed say no. Okay. Article 26 passed unanimously at 9:59. Article 27, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 27, Water Plant Debt Authorization, submitted by the Select Board on behalf of the Templeton Municipal Water Plant, two-thirds vote required. I move to appropriate the sum of $400,000 for the purpose of financing the design and construction of a water replacement water distribution main on Maple Street in Baldwinville, 01436, for $400,000, including, without limitation, all costs thereof as defined in Section 1 of Chapter 29C of the General Laws.
Hello, Baldwinville. Hello. And peace and love. I welcome you tonight to the Twilight Lounge. I want to welcome Dan Kerouac of Westminster. He's a member of a tribute band, Beatles for Sale. You might have heard of Beatles for Sale. And Dan's going to reinterpret some of the best loved songs of the baby boomer area, which is 45, if you were born 45 to 65. So without further ado, Dan.
Welcome, my friends. All right, I'm going to play around with the order of what I planned here, just because there's been so much Beatles emphasis with the drinks and whatnot. Kick one off with that one, okay?
On behalf of the Montachusett Regional Vocational Technical School District, a majority vote is required. I move to raise and appropriate the sum of $647,232.00 as the amount assessed upon the town for the fiscal year 2025 assessment by the Montachusett Regional Vocational Technical School District for the purposes of educating and transporting the town's enrolled students and capital and debt expenses provided. However, that any stated amount shall be reduced to any lesser amount, which shall be subsequently certified by the school committee and certified to the town for fiscal year 2025.
Second.
Advisory?
Advisory Committee is in favor of this article.
I'd like to open up the floor. Questions and comments on Article 28? Questions and comments on Article 28? Going once, going twice. We're going to go to vote. All in favor of Article 28 say yes. Yes. All opposed say no. Okay, Article 28 passed at 10:02 unanimously.
Jennifer Smith, Chair of the Narragansett Regional School District School Committee.
Article 29.
Mr. Moderator, Article 29. Narragansett Regional School District, submitted by the Narragansett Regional School District, majority vote required. I move to raise and appropriate the sum of $8,699,925.00 as the amount assessed upon the town for the fiscal year 2025 assessment by the Narragansett Regional School District for the purposes of educating and transporting the town's enrolled students, provided, however, that any stated amount shall be reduced to any lesser amount, which shall subsequently be certified by the school committee and certified to the town for fiscal year 2025.
Mr. Moderator?
Could you give him a signed copy of that?
I need a signed copy of that article.
Rip it out.
Okay, I need a second on that? Second. Okay. Advisory?
The advisory committee recommended a no vote on this article.
Okay, I'd like to open up the floor to questions and comments on Article 29.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
I would propose an amendment to this article.
Okay. Do you have that in writing?
I do.
And signed?
I'll read it and I'll hand it to you. I move to raise and appropriate the sum of $8,142,433.00 and to transfer $430,332.00 from OPEX stabilization to reach a total of $8,572,765.00 to be the amount assessed upon the town for the fiscal year 2025 assessment by the Narragansett Regional School District for the purposes of educating and transporting the town's enrolled students, provided, however, that any stated amount shall be reduced to any lesser amount which shall subsequently be certified by the school committee and certified to the town for fiscal year 2025.
And I second that.
Okay, we got a second. I would like to advise, I don't know, this is an amendment, so I will open up the floor to questions and comments on the amendment to Article 29. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Liz Toth, 141 Gray Road. Is the new amount over 2.5% above the past year's assessment? And if so, what is the percentage above?
It is. Oh, sorry, Mike Curry, Select Board Chair. It is over 2.5, that automatic assessment. To further clarify the number, the number that we could afford to the school district was $450,000, and they came over $1 million over. So through negotiation between, we call it the Chairs Committee, we came up to a better number that the school could live with for this operating year.
And that different in that
the percentage, I'd have to do the quick math for what the percentage over. I think we're around 4 or 5. I do have the superintendent and the business manager here.
So all right.
So it's less than what the school board certified.
They asked for $1 million plus, and the town is going to give them 400,000?
No, approximately 800. $880,000.
$880,000.
That is correct.
When we can't afford some other positions. Okay, thank you.
Yep, go ahead, please.
John Thomas, Crossroad. Could you repeat the amendment, because it's very hard to pick up on it when it's not written in front of us?
I can. So what I have done in this amendment, I have lowered the school's total number to a combination of our new growth and...
Can you just read the motion, maybe?
I move to raise and appropriate the sum of $8,142,433 and to transfer $430,332 from Operation Stabilization to reach a total of $8,572,765. Do you need the rest of it? It's really the numbers that matter here.
No, that's okay. It just, one of the things that concerns me is, I don't like my high taxes, but I do think we have to support our school. And it looks like we're taking money, I don't know, what you said from which account? The
Operation Stabilization, known as OPEX.
It seems like we funded a lot of things tonight from free cash, and now we're making another transfer, and it seems like we need to be able to live within our means, but if the school committee asks for this, I think we ought to give it to them without stealing it from a stabilization. And I would like to know how the school committee feels about your amendment.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, Colleen Reedy, 144 Partridgeville Road. I'm just commenting on the article. I know that it has a large number and that the committee recommends a no vote, but as a parent of 2 children in the elementary grades, I just want to say that and not to discredit any of the staff because they're wonderful and they do great jobs. My kids love going to school, no qualms with that. But if you look at the statistics on DESE, the ratio says 16-1, and I personally have not had that experience in 3 years. It's 22+1. We are very shorthanded on paras. Kindergartners have 1 person in the classroom at most times. We are not, again, not to discredit our school system or district or teachers or anyone doing their job, but the district profile, we are not meeting state expectations in grades 3 to 8. So if we are not helping the K1 and 2, where they're learning the basic fundamentals to learn and grow off of into the MCAS age, how are we helping our community if we're not helping from the start, right? Because if we don't build a good school system to educate our children, I mean, how are we going to have a better educated workforce in the future? And that's my comment. Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Go ahead, please.
Jennifer Smith, Chair of the School Committee. So the School Committee has not had a chance to discuss this new amount. Our meeting is on the 23rd of the month. What I can share is that from a chair's perspective, we understood that Templeton could not afford the amount that was originally proposed, and so they came with the solution of possibly taking part of those funds from lowering the amount, taking those funds from stabilization. What I can tell you is that this new amount does fund the essential positions that we need for the school, and as well as preserving the new position for the Montachusett After Dark program. And then the state has also issued a statement that we will get additional funds that will be able to fund the paras. So there's a number of funding changes that have happened since our original vote. The school committee, though, has not yet had a chance to discuss this, and so if this budget passes on the floor, the school committee would need to have a vote to possibly recertify this amount on the 23rd.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tim Toth, Gray Road, Templeton, speaking on behalf of myself as a citizen and a taxpayer. Yes, we have an obligation to educate our children. I don't dispute that. We heard earlier on the town's general operating budget, there was a question, and the amount disclosed was discussed that would come up later in the school budget, as it just did. I want everybody to put something to thought. This is directed at our school committee as well. Having served for far too long on a regional agreement amendment committee, the other member community has yet to sign the agreement. I don't believe we have a regional school district, and I think that's the first thing the committee needs to do, is get the other town to buck up, sign up, and engage. I don't mind teaching the kids. I am not going to carry another town, and I think I'm speaking on behalf of a bunch of other voters in the community.
Go ahead, please.
Jennifer Smith, Templeton resident, 138 Farnsworth Road. I'd like to invite Chris Cassavant, Superintendent of Narragansett Regional School District, to speak.
Second.
Vote. All in favor?
Yeah, aye.
All opposed? Say no. Okay, go ahead, please, Mr. Superintendent.
Chris Cassavant, Superintendent of Schools. I agree. The regional agreement, if directed to that question, and the fact that folks in Templeton haven't pressed the issue more has baffled me, quite frankly. What you have, there's no other term to say, but you have a regional elementary school. You have every student in this district from 2 districts in 1 school. You've had that now for quite some time. Absolutely, I was part of the committee. It was difficult at best. They did not put the, again, for the second straight year, they have not put the regional agreement as at least voted by Templeton last year and the school committee last year. They have not put it up to vote as of yet. It really is in the town's hands, Templeton's hands at this point, because I believe that there's a discrepancy in terms of how students are being educated in terms of the regional agreement, but where they're being educated, which is, of course, in Templeton. I don't know if I've answered that, but I'll sit here.
Any more questions or comments on the amendment to Article 29?
Diane Haley, 27 Pleasant Street. To that comment, why are we not doing this? And who is responsible for that?
If you can answer that, please, by all means.
Why do we not have a regional agreement?
Yeah, he wants to answer it.
Answer, Diane.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Technically, the town of Phillipston needs to vote. It's not, what I mean by the town of Templeton is you now bear the responsibility, the complete responsibility in a sense in terms of location. I'm not saying in payment it's 80, 15 or whatever, whatever it is at this point in terms of the differential. But the fact is that the town of Templeton right now houses 1,478 students currently in this town, and they're into 2 buildings. And so that is your building, that is your elementary school, and in fact, you are responsible, right, for, again, some of the major improvements. It's your building. I think that at some point, someone has got to, from this community, the school committee has already, myself and the school committee has already pressed Phillipston. They know that they need to vote on it. Why they have not, I do not know. But I don't necessarily, want to point to anybody specifically. It is a breach of contract because it says that once it's been voted, I'm talking about the regional agreement, then it needs to go before the town to vote. That did not happen. I'm not sure what avenue at that point, what happens at that point, but they did not fulfill the obligation as it's currently laid out in the regional agreement as it stands.
So, I'm still the same person. What you've done with the up number, what does this do to our budget now that I asked before and I need to understand now?
Okay. Mike Curry, Chair of the Select Board. To make this budget work, we're asking to move 26% of stabilization to stabilize our budget, our whole budget, our operating budget and the school budget for this year. So it's a combination of what new growth that we had that we could put towards the budget and supplemented with operating stabilization funds.
So obviously that leaves us with less.
Zero cuts, balanced budget, that's what you get. The school gets what they needs, and the town can fund it.
Right, so are we still like within our guidelines of?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Liz Toth, 141 Gray Road. So is this setting us up for a 2.5 override for next year?
Potentially.
All right, thank you.
To further answer that question, the school is also going through their 3-year teacher union contract as well, so it's not a bad time to look at that.
Mike Milner, 55 Shore Drive. I don't see how we can control what Phillipston does. We do have, setting aside the moral imperative to educate our children, school systems go to property value, and property value goes to tax revenue. So it's pretty important that we fund the schools, we do it well, and we have a regionally acknowledged excellence in schools. Otherwise, our property values will suffer, and our tax revenues will drop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Colleen Reedy again, 144 Partridgeville Road. I just wanted to comment again that the population of the school this year, this is what we need this year, right? If we vote no on it this year, it's coming back next year and it's going to be bigger because there will be more children in the elementary school. There will be more children throughout the district. We're building new homes in the town. There will be families who are expanding who are already within the town. It will be bigger next year. So we have to think about that as well as a community. We have an obligation to teach our children. Our children, yes, I have 2 in the district. We have an obligation. And just like the speaker before, it will bring a higher standard of living to our community, better educated workforce for the future, and higher property values. And if not, if we don't vote yes on this, those will not go up. They will go down. And thank you for all the staff that is here and listening. I appreciate everything you do, everything.
You have something to add? Go ahead, please.
We talked about regional agreement, but I think we need to talk about kids. That'd be fun, since we're talking with schools. So I just need to let folks know that we have 625 students in the elementary school right now. 12 are school choice. 12. You now have, let's see, glasses, Chris, 843 students in the middle and high school. In 2020, you had 249 school choice students in this district. This body, which was a lot more and a lot more aggressive, certainly gave us some feedback in terms of how many school choice students we would have in this district. We listened. We cut from 249 in 2020. You now have only 150 school choice students in this entire district. Every single one of those students, school choice, who have graduated or left or gone wherever, have been replaced and then some by resident students. That is the reality at this point in time. The positions we're talking about are talking about the middle and high school. We have classes of 30 in our special like art, PE, gym, and these are residents, folks, right? So that is what we're trying to, I think the plan would have worked. COVID happened, people moved west, we have houses everywhere, and kids are here. You have a very good school district. Very little of that has to do with me. I would like to take full credit, but the teachers who are here make that happen every single day. And I want to thank the comments from the parent who was just here, but I just want to make sure that we talk about numbers, because numbers matter, and we are growing at an incredible rate. We grew 100 residents last year alone, in the last 2 years, 100 resident students plus. Thank you.
Any more questions or comments on the amended Article 29?
Robert May, 137 Shady Lane. Robert May, 137 Shady Lane. Thank you, Chris, for your words. I just have a concern overall. I mean, I heard a few things in the wrap-up to this. I heard Mr. Curry say something in regards to the amount of increase that this is and so forth, and that there was we had 450,000. I think that was the thing that he was saying. And I'm looking and I see that the town's budget went up $420-something thousand. But I didn't see any extra money coming in here, $400 and something thousand. We had $400,000 or what amounted to about a 4.11% increase on the town side, and now we're seemingly questioning the school for 4.99, and now we knocked it down to, I don't know what that would be, another 100,000 off this number, but it would, probably be a little lower and much closer to what the town put in. And it's no secret how much money we got coming. That's the part that really irritates me to no end, is that we know we're limited by 2.5. We know we have only certain growth coming in. We could actually calculate by the building department what we have for new houses and growth coming in if we were up on it. But we don't do these things, and then we sit here and go, oh, this is horrible. We got $800,000. Where'd it come from? Well, they got something like $12 million in employee cost. Just an everyday average raise is going to give us a $600,000 a year increase on the school that they got to move around to get to us. So we need to stop pretending like this isn't real until we get to town meeting. Because we only have now, after this 440 some odd thousand you're spending from stabilization, we only have about $1 million left, $1.2 million. So, next year's going to be worse. So next year, we're going to be broke at the end of it. And then what is my concern? And that's why this foolishness has got to stop. This mess that was brought before us is not cool. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. But that's enough for me tonight.
Thank you. Do you have a question?
Rebecca Warden, 412 Baldwinville Road. I move the vote on the amendment.
Second? Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to move to vote, which would be on this amendment to Article 29, just so everyone's clear. All in favor, say yes? Yes. All opposed, say no? No. Okay, we'll go to vote on the amended Article 29. All in favor, say yes? Yes. All opposed, say no? No. Okay, Article 29, the amendment, passed at 10:26. Okay, now we still have to vote on the main motion of Article 29, but with these new numbers. So all in favor of Article 29, say yes?
Just voted the amendment.
Yes, but you have to vote for the main motion as well. This was an amendment to the main motion. Okay. Yeah, so you voted to accept the amendment to Article 29. You still have to vote on Article 29. Does that make it clear? As amended, correct. No, one was move the question. which, yes, one was move the question, which got us to vote on the amendment, and now we have to actually vote on the main amendment, okay? So, all in favor of Article 29 as amended, say yes. Okay. All opposed, say no. Okay. Article 29 as amended, passed at 10:28. Article 30, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 30, Norfolk County Agricultural School Tuition, submitted by the Select Board, a majority vote is required. I move to raise and appropriate the sum of $27,905 and no cents to pay for the tuition of a Templeton resident admitted to Norfolk County Agricultural School as required by Chapter 74 of the Massachusetts General Laws.
Thank you. Advisory?
Advisory recommends a yes vote.
Thank you. I'll open the floor to Article 30 for any questions or comments. Okay, questions or comments on Article 30? Going once, going twice. We're going to vote on Article 30. All in favor say yes. Yes. All opposed say no. Okay, Article 30 passed unanimously at 10:29. Article 31, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 31, Norfolk County Agricultural School Transportation, submitted by the Select Board. Majority vote is required. I move to raise and appropriate the sum of $43,470 and no cents to pay for the transportation of a Templeton resident admitted to Norfolk County Agricultural School as required by Chapter 74 of the Massachusetts General Laws.
Thank you. Advisory?
Yes vote. We recommend a yes vote.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to open the floor. Questions and comments on Article 31? Okay, questions and comments on Article 31? Going once, going twice. We're going to go to vote. All in favor of Article 31, say yes. Yes. All opposed, say no. No. Okay, Article 31 passed at 10:30. Article 32, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 32, non-binding question regarding bridge on Stone Bridge Road, submitted by the Select Board, majority vote required. I move to recommend that an article or articles be placed on a future town meeting warrant to discontinue the public way and location of the former bridge on Stone Bridge Road and replace it with a pedestrian bridge to allow for the use of the free-flowing stream and land in that location for recreational purposes.
Thank you. Advisory?
Advisory has no recommendation.
Okay. Open up the floor to questions or comments on Article 32. Go ahead, please.
Jessica Case, 294 Otter River Road. I'd like to make an amendment because I believe that it should be discontinued for vehicular traffic specifically, while maintaining the land as a right-of-way. If we discontinue it completely, we may not be able to use it for recreational purposes. The abutting properties is the Stone Land Trust, which is a private trust out of Phillipston, and Mass Fisheries and Wildlife. So I just want to make sure that if the town wants to discontinue the road, that we protect ourselves and allow the recreational purposes to continue. So may I read a motion? An amended motion?
If you have an amendment, I have to see it signed.
Yep. Do you want me to sign it?
Yes.
You want me to read it first, though?
No, you can bring it to me
Okay.
first signed, please. Where'd you go? Okay. Did you want to read that amended motion, please?
You want me to read it?
Yes, I'm not reading it. Trust me.
Hi again, Jessica Case, 294 Outer River Road. I motion that an article be placed on a future town meeting warrant to discontinue the public way in the location of the former bridge on Stonebridge Road for vehicular traffic while maintaining said land as a right-of-way and replace it with a pedestrian bridge to allow for the use of the free-flowing stream and the land in that location for recreational purposes.
Do I have a second?
Second. Thank you.
Have a second. Open up the floor to discussion. Yes, she had a second. She had 2 or 3 of them. All right, so the amendment to Article 32, questions, comments?
Yep. Liz Toth, 141 Gray Road. I don't think it should be discontinued in any way. It should be put back as a vehicle. It should be put back as a vehicle for straight bridge, as it was before, with all auto traffic and everything else. It's a safety issue. I've lived in that part of town for the majority of my life, and it's the best way to get from where I live over to Phillipston, over to Athol, everything else. Otherwise, it takes me, 3-4+ miles out of my way from a safety perspective, for ambulances, for fire, everything else, for any houses that are in that area. You can't get from one side to the other. You have to go all the way around. So if folks want to use it for all fishing off of it like people have used it in the past, just expand it enough to be able to have it safely for everybody. So keep it as one, keep it open for vehicle traffic. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Glenn Radigan, 50 Brooks Village Road. Stone Bridge has always been a road, and I consider it a historic road. Why we got it closed, why we don't allow traffic is crazy. Let's put a box culvert in, make it a single lane, historic road. And if it's historic, CPC, there we go for funds. That's how I look at it.
Any other questions or comments on the amendment to Article 32?
Jessica Case, 294 Outer River Road. CPC does have funds reserved for Stonebridge Recreation Area, $34,000 as well as $49,000, but that does not cover the use of a vehicular bridge, which is probably around $3 million.
All right. Any more questions or comments on the motion to amend Article 32?
Can I ask why it's the way it is at the moment? How it got that way? It's relevant to it becoming no longer being vehicle, for vehicle traffic. It's a common way. The town broke it. So even though it might be $3 million, the grant writer can do stuff, other people can do stuff to put it back to the way it was or make it better. So to make it just for foot traffic is just not sufficient.
Okay, well, I mean, honestly, this amendment actually says for vehicular
for
traffic.
Non-vehicle.
No, it says for vehicular traffic. This is the amendment to the motion says for vehicular, it says it.
Discontinued.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're correct.
Right, discontinued right away,
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be, and the town broke it as opposed to fixing it. So the town should fix it, because highway broke it. Thank you.
Okay.
Gracelyn Curry,
please.
Hubbardston Road, speaking as the grant writer and administrator. I don't have an opinion on whether we should continue or discontinue it. I do think people should be aware. I would not find it likely that we would be able to find a grant for building a culvert, possibly for like a foot passage. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yep, Andrew Moser, 33 Sandy Pine Road, as a resident. A question through the moderator for town council. Is there an impact if we were to change the language as the proposed amendment would to have a public way specifically that's not open to vehicular traffic compared to the way that the article was originally written?
So the difference that I can think of right now, and there may be others, and with this being an advisory, non-binding question, this could certainly be refined, but you know, if it's the will of the meeting to keep this as a public way, it may be easier to return that to perhaps vehicular use in the future. That might be a more direct path to accomplishing this. In terms of not having to get any additional easements or anything like that. But that said, I don't know how specifically this would affect how the article was drafted. Those are just some initial thoughts that I have. But again, there would be some refinement either way in order to put the article on the meeting in the future.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Moderator, Tim Toth, Gray Road, Templeton. Point of order and just some general knowledge. In September 2017, the town funded a study and we put out a request for proposals to repair the bridge and the culvert that were damaged. In March of 2018, there was a presentation done for that. I do have one question, if the moderator will admit it, or will allow me to submit it, and I would like to direct this to our DPW director. There are 4 or 5 houses on the Phillipston side of that bridge. Part of that road is the town of Templeton. Do we plow over there and maintain that road?
Phillipston comes in and assists us on that side. They keep it open. If they have a problem, let me know. I'll make sure. Bob Sozik, Director of Public Services, working with Phillipston closely with the superintendent over there in Phillipston. He agreed that he will keep that open for us down to the bridge. And in exchange of that, we keep Is it Valerie off of, I'm trying to think of the street, I'm sorry, I think it's off of Brooks Village in the Caruth, up that end. Valerie, we do the Phillipston up to their line.
Valentine Road. Yeah. Valentine Road.
Valentine, correct, I'm sorry.
Thank you for that, Mr. Zosik. This is the second road now in town that you have to leave the town to come back into the town on a town road. On the east side in Gardner, if you want to get to Whitney Street, that's how you do it, on the back side of the Gardner Airport. And now we have on the southwest corner going through Phillipston to come back into Templeton. I just find that a bit of a mind-boggling situation. And I'd like to see us get some resolution. We're coming up on 7 years, folks. I get tired of kicking cans down the road, I really do.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, Candace Graves,
90 Queen Lake Road. So I'm on the CPC, and we've discussed, talked about this a few times, and something that came to light one of our last discussions, and I found it fascinating, was that you could possibly do both. You could have the walking path, and you do the walking path, and maybe shoot for the moon and possibly put in the road. Or we could vote and we could just have the walking path, or we could vote and just have a road. But you could probably fit both, and maybe we just had a walking path for decades, and then decades later, someone decided they had the opportunity to put the road because we didn't shut it down, that they could still do it. So, I mean, that was something that came to light, that it's possible you could do that. It doesn't have to be one or the other, and it doesn't have to be today for a road. It could be today for a walking path, and the future for a road for future people to decide. So, just something to think about.
Okay, any more questions or comments on the amendment to Article 32? Okay, we're going to vote on the amendment to Article 32. All in favor say yes? Yes. All opposed say no? No. I'm going to have to do a hand count. It was too close. We lost some of them, that's all right. There's less. Okay, on the amended motion, everyone on the left-hand side that's in favor, please stand up. Five. Middle section, all in favor, please stand up. Right-hand section over here, all in favor of the amended motion, stand up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Advisory, all in favor? Got one. Stage. Okay. Far left, all opposed?
0. Oh, no, just kidding. They're sleeping too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5, okay. Middle section, all opposed?
11.
Right-hand side, all opposed? Please stand up or raise your hand if you can't stand up.
3.
Opposed? Advisory?
I shouldn't I?
Select Board, stage? All right. Okay, so the amended article on 32 failed by 1 vote. So we're back to Article 32 as it started. Any questions or comments? Oh, the failed was Oh, geez, we just figured that out, right? So 10:48. Okay, no more. So we'll move to vote on Article 32, the original. All in favor, say yes. Yes. All opposed, say no. No. Okay. Article 32 failed at 10:48. Is that it? Can I get a motion to dissolve?
Motion to dissolve.
Can I get a second? Second. Thank you. All in favor, say yes. Yes. All opposed, say no. Thank you. Meeting is over. Thank you, everyone. Oh, Lord.